payoff. Oh!
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the third and final day of competition here at the Royal Nautique Pro. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again as we see our opening shots here in this last day of competition. In the foreground, you see the Hassan II Bridge, and as we zoom in towards our facility there on the right-hand side, you see two architectural gems. The Muhammad, the sixth tower, all the way in the background, and in the foreground there towards the right, the Grand Theatre of Rabat. Glad to have you present here as you have been for the last couple of days, and we've got some great events coming up for you immediately. We've got the tricking event coming up in women's, followed by the men's. And then we'll have the women's slalom, and then the men's slalom final, followed by a newcomer final, and that's what we got on offer for you today. With the finals were constructed out of the top 8 in the slalom in both the women's and men's, and all the trickers go into their respective final. So that's what we've been doing the last couple of days, assessing the skiers who will make it through to the next round of the competition. As we see our parking lot out back there, just a few cars, just a run-of-the-mill, ordinary type stuff. A couple of the Ferraris here and there, a couple of Bentley Continentals, and for the more economically minded, the BMW right there, and we walk on through to the Royal Nautique Club as we bring our camera a little closer to the Grand Theatre in Rabat. That's in the background, but in the foreground we have none other than Zane Nicholson. Take it away, sir.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to Rabat. We're here at the 2025 Royal Nautique Pro. Today is your finals day. We've got the finals of trick. We're going to start with the women, we're going to start with the men, and then we're going to roll into the slalom event and follow that same order, women's event to men's event. We cut the slalom event to 8, so we're going to take the best of the 8 this weekend, put them out on the water, and we're going to see who's going to take home the title this weekend. Here you see in the background, again, we've got the pool area where the skiers have been hanging out. It's been great. Everybody kind of come and relax, get some food, get some coffee. It's been an awesome setup. In the background, you can see we've got the Grand Theatre of Rabat. It's a beautiful setup here. And conditions this morning are looking absolutely pristine. Flat, calm, no wind, so the skiers will be out there ready to put up some huge scores. I know we had some scores. Corey ran 10.75. Jamie Bull ran 10.75. So we're expecting to see maybe a few more people get through that 10.75, and we'll see some scores at 10.25. But right now, we're going to send it right back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed. And whilst we're a little bit light on the wind conditions per se, the tide is still very much a factor here as well. We're halfway between the the morning high tide and the mid-afternoon low tide. The water is coming out of the river towards the ocean, which is about 2 kilometers away. And speaking about that, last night a lot of our skiers and officials gathered to a swanky little hotel in downtown Rabat, the Fairmont Hotel specifically. And whilst we take a look at the Royal Nautique Club, let's have a look at what happened last night, shall we? All right, just a little taste of what we got up to last night after the event concluded in round 2. Today is all about the final rounds of a competition, starting off with the tricks event in women, then followed by the tricks in men, and then we'll end off this grand competition with the finals in women's slalom and men's slalom, and some great competitive action coming up for us. We see the first of our women trickers getting ready. That is Brooke Baldwin. We see a beautiful drone shot there, and we'll also introduce my compadre here in just a moment or so. His name is Adam Saddlemeyer, and yeah, not only have things been happening here in this part of the world, but across the Atlantic, as a matter of fact, some startling performances have emerged at a tournament in Florida at this moment in time.
Yeah, Tony. First of all, thanks for having me. Always a blast being able to talk to you and run people through through the trick event. Something that I've started doing recently, but definitely enjoyed way more than I thought. So thanks for having me again. And as you mentioned, yeah, the pretty historic day yesterday, right? We saw the news coming from Fluid there in Florida. Jake breaking the 13K barrier twice.
Yep.
I mean,
I was going to talk to you.
that's huge.
Okay.
And in addition to that, Hannah Stroltzover as well has set a pending world record with a combination of scores, 80, 88, 90 in tricks. 59.7 meter jump, and then the exact score that she needed with 5 at 11.25 meters to get the world overall record by less than half a point.
You kidding? Yeah. I had no idea. Wow, there was something in the water in Fluid yesterday. That's amazing.
And that record's been in existence since 2012.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question. It's been around for a long time, and I assume it's Regina who held it.
Natalia.
Natalia. Okay. Wow.
Yep, it's some great performances not only over there but over here as well as we get ready for the women's and men's tricking competition. And it's things are happening. Things are afoot as we take a look at the Muhammad the 6 tower, the third tallest tower in Africa, and it stands at 250 meters high with 55 floors. Eventually, it will include a luxury hotel, office spaces, high-end apartments, and an observatory on the top of the tower. And certainly a really, really beautiful architectural gem right here in the middle of Rabat.
Tony, I hate to bring it back to those performances yesterday, both here and back in Florida, but do you care to kind of run the audience through, what are the differences between the two different tournaments, maybe a different set of priorities, different sets of goals, and how the tournaments are structured?
I mean, sure. I mean the fluid tournament that's going on right now. Actually, it's actually named the Bill Bueno Memorial Competition. Mainly the skiers are there purely for the scores, and certainly not there to provide as much of a spectacle as it is here in Rabat in Morocco.
Yeah. So back there, as you mentioned, tournament purely for scores. You just show up and you can just go all out and hope that you put it together and get a good score that then by design gets you ranked high on the world ranking list, which certainly helps with seedings going into the tournaments later this year and Worlds, and obviously gives you huge bragging rights.
Certainly does. Certainly does, like 13,250 points, ultimate bragging rights.
And he broke it twice. And I've had the pleasure of watching it on some social media, and I mean, it was incredible. Yeah, and definitely some good stuff. Congrats to Jake, the whole family. Super exciting to see, and kind of bringing it back here to Morocco. Different set of priorities, right? Different set of things in play here. We have Pro Tour points. We have a large chunk of money. We're dealing with a little bit of different conditions, and definitely changes your approach into what you're gonna kind of do to what are you gonna do in this final round.
And we have at least two competitors towards the tail end of the men's competition who have the potential of skiing very close to 13,000 points, if not breaking it, as we get ready with the first of our female trickers to take to the water, Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, and just we've mentioned this before. Trick skiing in general, both in men and women, has just made such a huge jump forward,
really cool.
almost a leap, right? In the last few years,
Congratulations, that's a really
I
big
feel like
accomplishment.
Pato, kind of opened up the gates and showed everybody what's possible, right? People realize that if you put your tricks together in a quick sequence, you are able to get those 6 flips, those 5 tricks in time for hands, which obviously increases the point value by a whole lot. So, Jake, one of the top 3 guys there that's able to get all those tricks in, and the other 2 are here competing for the title.
Yep, and for a huge cash prize as well. So let's continue on.
I'm gonna get in down there, not right here. It's a little chilly.
And I am excited to watch today, Tony. And again, thank you so much for having me. I mean, the last 2 days we were sort of talking about, it's, they're just kind of feeling it out. They're trying to figure out their speeds, where today is the reason why they were kind of trying to do all that, right? Today is when the cookie crumbles. It's all or nothing. And as we mentioned, the Pro Tour points, the titles, the cash prize, the bragging rights are on the line. And I have no doubt that, these girls and guys just will go all out, and we'll see some truly, truly cool stuff.
All right, our second skier to take to the water is going to be Neely Ross, and we see our first images of her this morning, as Brooke Baldwin is getting ready for pass number 1 of 2, and I suspect it's going to be hand tricks, given what is around her left arm right now.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen her starting with hands both 2 days prior to today, right? So Brooke's just sort of settled in, not really changing much. I'm sure she's got her speeds figured out. She was starting with flips and then was kind of struggling to keep it going here on her second half of the head pass. So let's see what she's got for us today.
All right, here we go, and we got Davide Gandola signaling that he's close to the green buoy, and now getting the speed set. There we go. Ski line O, tip heavy on that one. There's the back to front flip, regular flip. Flipped. Oh, how, my word, how on earth did she recover from that? Whipping that handle above her head. We got to see an instant replay of that. Oh, my word, there's a Waco. How on earth does she stay upright?
Awesome.
She's tricking all over the place there. She didn't know what she was doing from one trick to the next.
Listen, there was certainly a couple of surprises out there, but, Brooke showed her through grit, refused to, go down and got through it. It started interesting with that ski line O, over-rotated ski line back. Not something that you see on a daily basis, but Brooke
almost went down there.
Executed flawlessly. Yeah, a little short on that first flip. Like I mentioned yesterday, she started with
here it is. Flip twist back.
All right, let's see it.
Let's have a look.
Boom, rodeo, baby.
Oh.
I am not going down today. Yeah, that's it is a little bit of a party trick. I definitely have done that a couple times in my heyday just to kind of spice things up. Certainly not something that, gives you any extra point value or saves you any time, but great recovery by Brooke, and she got through her pass, and I think gonna get more points than she did yesterday. So.
Oh, and went down there. She almost went down about 3 or 4 times on that pass, but like you said, ain't going down today.
Yeah, and I expect that to be the case for the rest of the field, right? Holding on, staying aggressive, because again, you got nothing to lose, only to gain.
Indeed, a trick in the most unpredictable out of the 3 events. I mean, it doesn't take much to either push on ahead or come up short of the mark. As we get ready for Brooke Baldwin to make her way back here on this Búrageg River.
Yeah, and we mentioned it a little bit in slalom as well, to where if you stay if you go easy and try to be on the safe side, the conditions will ultimately get you, and you become more vulnerable. Sorry.
Vulnerable.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks for the help. But if you stay aggressive, you almost have a better chances against the element. So
here we go.
Let's see what Brooke can do for us on her toe pass.
She had a little bit more room for error with the handle pass. Now toe tricks a little more susceptible to being off balance. There we go. Look at this toe 5 front, nicely done. Toe out, toe in, toe Waco. Almost stuffed the tip into the wake. Toe wake lino. She is better here with the toe tricks. Toe wake line back. Oh, and just waiting for the rope to tighten, and then it just came off her foot. But there you go, our first skier on the water, Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, Brooke, she had a good momentum there at the start of the pass. Lost a little bit of time between her toe 5 front, toe O, and reverse toe O. I'm not sure if you're able to pick up on the fact that she's sort of lets her leg out on the toe 5 front and toe O, and then kind of loses the rhythm there a little bit, has to wait for the line to come tight.
Doesn't have to wait too long.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to wait too long because it is a head current.
Yeah, well, that definitely comes into play. Let's see what happened here towards the end of her pass. Good toe wake O, solid toe wake line O. Keeping it going with a toe wake line back, and here where things started going south a little bit for her. Good toe wake line back, getting maybe a little bit deep.
That was on her pin person.
Yeah, well, I hate to point fingers, right? As I mentioned yesterday, we've seen it a couple of times in the men's event. It's easy to judge when you're looking at it, but sometimes when you're deep and you get released, you're kind of able to stand up because you don't have the load of the line, which makes it appear as though you're okay, right?
All right, let's send it on over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here on the dock with Miss Anna Gay Hunter. Finals day, a little bit different. Anything strategy-wise that you're changing up today?
No, I don't think so. The goal is just to go out and stand up both runs. I mean, it's so nice out today, much better than yesterday. So hoping just to go out and put up a big score.
Well, we saw you throw that big ski line 5 yesterday. Hopefully we can see that in the run again today.
Yeah, I hope so. That's kind of what I'm planning to do as of right now.
Well, cool. Well, I won't keep you too long, but good luck, and we look forward to seeing you out on the water in just a minute. But right now, back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much as we get ready for our next competitor, who is going to be Neely Ross. Just taking our time with our trickers this morning as our officials tabulate the points totals, and they should be able to chuck out a score in just a few moments. Our trick scoring system, the iTricks, being employed for that effort. Donald Conley, right there next to the officials, keeping an eye on things as we see the toe tricks points, 32.60. The judges are still reviewing at this time, and once we get a score, we will flash it up on the screen for you.
So, Tony, what was our score yesterday? What kind of improvement we're looking at over here?
Well, she her best trick score up to this point is 92.90. I believe that was an improvement upon the day before. So, and Brooke Baldwin looking for a big improvement as well. I mean, her best score in round 2 was 7,090. So, Neely Ross, let's see what kind of score she can put out with the third and last round, the final, because she knows that the person to ski after her is more than capable of tricking around about the same range. Score coming through Brooke Baldwin, it is 65.60, I believe. Is it 65.60? Yep, 65.60. I got that one right.
So looks like Brooke just missed out on that toe wake line back-to-back, obviously going down, not getting credit, coming up just a shy short of her score from the second round. And, yeah, we've got Neely on the water, and I'll tell you what, Tony, I'm really excited to watch her. Neely is definitely a serious competitor. She's really good under pressure, and I have no doubt that she'll leave nothing out there. So,
all right,
we're in for a treat.
The boat's on its way. Davide Gandola at the helm. Alice in the passenger seat with the backup video camera, and Lee Ross in the middle seat.
Who do you think is more nervous, Lee or Neely?
I plead the fifth on that one. Okay, here we go. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse. Surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe away go. Skiing with the tail current, which means that the line doesn't tighten up nearly as quickly as it would with the head current. Look at it. Oh, nicely done. That's about as good as it gets so far as the toe run is concerned.
Yeah, she had a great toe pass yesterday, but I'm going to make a call that this one was even better. She was moving in and out, staying connected through the boat, powering through her tricks. I mean, that was as good of a toe pass as you want on the finals day. Let's see it here in a slow-mo. I love that drone shot. Here it comes, 205 back, clean toe wake back-to-backs, nice and connected, not wasting any time. Straight into the toe back-to-backs. Here comes the toe 5 front. Neely, one of those skiers that keep her toe leg in, so she's able to wrap in super fast. Lifts her toe leg up, so it's super easy to grab the rope. Doesn't have to bend down and get off balance. I mean, if you're teaching your kids on how to do toe skiing, watch Neely and pick up on as many things as you can, because this is how toes should be done.
And I don't know what that was towards the end, but maybe we'll find out in the fullness of time. Let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Brooke Baldwin. Dude, we saw you made a huge save on your hand run.
Yeah, that was a little bit sketchy, but it's a good little wake up in the morning.
Well, I thought you looked good. Made it way down your toe run. Big save there on your hand run. So good skiing here in the finals, and now we move on to slalom.
Yep, I'm excited to slalom now. It's looking a lot better than it was yesterday, so I'm excited.
Yeah, and I agree. There's absolutely no wind. The water is so flat. We haven't seen it like that. So I'm looking forward to getting you out there, and I'm expecting a huge score out of you.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see.
All right, we'll go get ready for slalom, take a little break, and we'll see you back in a little bit. But right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much there as we take a look at the Hassan Tower, which is part of an unfinished mosque which dates back to the 12th century. It's an iconic landmark and part of an area of the city of Rabat, which also contains the Muhammad V mausoleum. We'll see a few more of the sites and of Rabat as we continue along. Davide at the wheel.
All right, I talked to Neely before she went out. She said she's got a little bit different run for us today. So I assume she's going to start with mobs. That transition into back to front flip is going to be all that important. Looking for a clean landing, clean transitions. Let's see what she can do.
All right, let's see what she's got. There's a positional to the back. There's mob back, mob back. Oh, no, and does not get the lift on the mob back reverse that she needed in order to continue on with that run. Edged into the wake and started the rotation way before the top.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, you kind of see her drifting down the lake. I mean, I thought I looked at the current, and it didn't look that bad, but it's definitely flowing out, and Neely, getting pushed down. I'm sure that came into the play here. A little bit of a head current.
Case the top of the wake, and almost as soon as she lifted off, she knew she was in trouble at that point.
Yeah, she was in a good shape after the first one. She was nice and connected. Just got a little bit peeled open as she was edging in. I wonder if that, head current has anything to do with it. Maybe, her speed wasn't where it needed to be. A little bit disappointing to see, but hey, that's a sport. That's a sport of trick skiing, and you just kind of shake it off, move on to the next one.
And as a result, Neely Ross's total score, I'm sure, is going to come up way short of the mark for her, and that could actually let Brooke Baldwin go vault up from third. Potentially all the way up to second, at least based upon the previous round scores. We've got Anna Hunter ready to go, so anything can happen at this point. And as Neely Ross has just proved, it sometimes does.
Yeah, Neely's so fast. She's usually about 4,500. She's got 800 in hand, so she's going to be somewhere around that 54, 5,500 mark. Unfortunately, not what she was looking for. Way capable to beating that score with just her hand pass, but unable to get through it. And let's see what Anna does. It will be interesting to see, right? She was Zane was asking her about ski line 5. That's like her second trick in her hand pass. Not sure if she needs to go for it and kind of risk the same fate as Neely. Anna just needs a stand-up pass and to take home the title. So it will be interesting to see, is she going to sort of manage it, or is she going to go for it no matter what?
All right, let's send it over to Zane and Neely.
All right, hey, guys, I'm here with Neely Ross. Stand-up toe run. It looks super great. And then what happened out there on your hand run?
Yeah, my toe pass felt great. It actually feels amazing this morning. The conditions are really, really nice. No wind. And then I felt good on my first flip, and then I think I just ate the wake a little bit on the second flip. I don't really know. But it's cool being out here. Yeah.
Well, it's okay. The best part about it is you've got another event to do. Going to go hit the slalom event. Conditions are absolutely perfect. So I think it's going to be way better than you guys have had all weekend.
Yeah. No, and I'm just super excited to be here. It's a great event so far, and, yeah, I'm loving it.
Well, cool. Well, go get ready. Looking forward to seeing you in the slalom event. Go crush it, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks.
All right, then. And whilst we hear from Neely, making her way into the course is Anna Hunter. We'll get the final point score for Neely in just a few moments. But in the meantime, setting itself up on Alpha 1 with the toe tricks, toe 7 front. This is Anna Hunter, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Surface toes, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in, toe wake O. Toe wake lino. Look at this beautiful toe trick, in much like Neely Ross in her first pass. There you go.
I was gonna say, you know, I made the comments about Neely's toe pass, but Anna, nearly identical. I mean, same toe pass, a little bit of a different way on how to get through it, but both just kind of staying connected, running with the boat. It's almost like these girls were just competing against each other from a very early age.
And speaking of that, that's exactly where they've been so far as that is concerned. I mean, between Anna Hunter and Neely Ross and Erica Lang, and they've been among the top trickers in the world over the last at least half a decade.
Yeah, and I mean, they definitely deserve a praise for it. You know, Anna, Neely, they were one of the first girls, I believe, that started doing that toe front, toe back before the toe wake line back, getting those extra tricks. And, you know, sometimes it takes one to sort of unlock it and, you know, kind of show it to everybody that it's possible, and then everybody else adapts it and builds upon it. So 4,500 points for toe pass, that is not a small feat. And let's see what Anna's got for us on her hand pass.
All right, still waiting on the final score for Neely Ross to come through to see how it compares with Brooke Baldwin. We surmise at this point that Neely Ross hasn't done enough with the one pass that she had and the Mo back that she scored to give her enough points to keep her ahead of Brooke Baldwin. But stranger things have happened, of course.
Yeah. What did Brooke trick? Do I see 6,500?
Yeah, 65-60.
I mean, I don't want to make any unofficial statements, but the math is just not mathing. So, you know, there's just not enough points in the toe pass and one trick for Neely to get ahead of Brooke. So, I don't know what the official scores are, but I'm pretty confident that Brooke is sitting in the top seed right now. Yeah.
All right, now she is the top seed at this time so far as the third and last round is concerned.
Are we gonna see that ski line 5, Tony? Let's see.
Wake 5 back, ski line back, ski line back to the front. There she goes with the Mo back. Mo back by about this point. She should have enough points to take the victory here, but she's still going on. There's the front flip. Here's the reverse. Boom, hits that one as well. Awesome. A couple of side slides, and for all intents and purposes, you are watching your champion in the women's tricks in the Royal Nautique Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Anna Hunter, the first ever women's trick pro tournament completed in the Kingdom of Morocco, and your preemptive winner is Anna Hunter.
Yeah, Anna, super smart skiing, right? Opted to go for her easier run. You know, you could kind of see that she relaxed on her flips. This transition right here, you know, I'm sure she was relieved to get through it, but she was just coasting through here, knowing that she just needs to get through the flips and she'll be golden. I mean, super smart skiing from Anna. Just kind of showing us, you know, why the top seed is so important, because you know what you got to do. You can adjust it based on all that information. And, you know, Anna just taking it home.
And just looking at those front flips.
Front flips, yeah. Front flip reverse. Good stuff. Anna throwing an iron fist.
All right. So we do have the point score for Neely Ross, 54.70, 5,470 points. You were right with the math on that one. But in the meantime, let's check in once again with Zane and Anna.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Anna Gay Hunter. Saw you out there, 2 stand-up runs. Congratulations. I think that's enough to get you the win this weekend.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it felt really good out there. I mean, it's a little rollier today because there's no wind, but otherwise it felt really nice. Currents down a little bit. It was really fun.
Well, it didn't seem to bother you, and I know I'm a slalom skier. I'm super excited about the conditions. So congratulations, super happy for you, and I look forward to hanging out with you later this evening.
Thanks, Zane.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Yes, and no doubt a good chunk of change goes along with that victory there. I understand that both Sean and Anna are closing on a house very soon.
Yeah, they're gonna, fly back to U.S., moving into their house on Wednesday. So, Anna sort of able to upgrade that furniture, upgrade that couch, get herself some nice stuff. I mean, hey, it definitely helps, right? It's first time home buyers, or it's a big expense and big deal. So, good on them.
Yes, indeed. As we take a look at our shot there of Rabat in the background there, in the foreground is the twin city of Salah. As we look at the women's tricks Pro Tour standings, Anna Hunter is very much in the lead. Neely Ross, 25 points in second spot, 20 points for Brooke Baldwin in third, and Erica Lang in fourth, Alexia Abelson in fifth. And you can find out more about this leaderboard in the women's tricks as well as the other events by going to waterskiprotour.com. Waterskiprotour.com. Check that out as we now get ready for the men's tricking event to take place next. We have a full field of skiers. We have 6 skiers, and we're going to start off with Paul Duplan-Freibourg.
Yeah, Tony. I mean, straight into the boys. I think it's going to be the same mojo as with the girls. No holding back, going all out, staying aggressive so that you can sort of not allow the conditions to affect you as much. And I expect some big things. So super excited.
So there's your running order. Paul Duplan-Freibourg, then Thibaut Dayan, then Daniela Filchenko, Louis Duplan-Freibourg, Pato Font, and finally Matias Gonzalez.
And as we wait for Paul to get on the water, we saw Anna there doing the front flip reverse. Did you know, Tony, that my wife Alex was actually one of the instrumental people in implementing the front flip reverse rule a couple years ago? Not to brag or anything, but I thought I'd give her a shout out.
Kind of explain that rule a little bit.
Yeah, so before then, we've only had one front flip allowed, right? You could do it from heel side or toe side, and if you would do 2, you would still get a credit for just 1. The idea being that it's a forward rotation. It doesn't matter if you do it from left or right. However, as people started to do more of them from both sides, we kind of realized that they are completely different approaches, completely different tricks, similar to backflips. So yeah, a couple of years ago, we sort of started an effort into implementing front flip and its reverse. And people reviewed it, people voted on it, and it got passed. And in my personal opinion, obviously, I'm super biased, but it was the right call, because I learned both at the very, towards the very tail end of my career, and I do agree with the fact that the approaches into those 2 front flips are completely different, and just the way how Anna's able to do them so smooth is just a true testament of how great of a trick skier she is.
And a good portion of the reason why Anna Hunter scored 10,020 points to take the win here. So that's the final trick score in the women's. The first trick score in the men's will be produced within the next few minutes, courtesy of Paul Duplan-Freibourg. And there is a Thibaut Dayan getting ready to go right here at the Royal Nautique Pro here in the city of Rabat, which will be hosting a few matches in the African Cup of Nations starting on the 21st of December. Morocco will be playing against the Comoros to start that tournament off just before Christmas.
Is that in soccer?
Yeah, that's in soccer.
So little soft practice for the big one in 2030.
Yep. So here we go. Pole Diplom Freiburg. Oh, a little bit low level there, much like yesterday with the mode back-to-back to get things up and running. But now he's starting to get a little bit of confidence here. Ski line back-to-back, ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. What does he have? Front flip, boom, nicely done. The inverted ski line O and the bounce 180 to the back towards the end.
Yeah, things were a little bit shaky there with the first flip, but then I think he sort of kicked it into the next gear and got going, and things definitely cleaned up from there. I mean, he looked much better than the last 2 days, getting all the way through. Let's see the back to front flip here. Boom, nails it, landing, no issues, going straight into the half twist. A little bit of a tricky transition for a lot of people. Love the half twist, ski line back to back front, straight into the ski line 5 and ski line 5 front. I think he was struggling with this yesterday, so good to see him getting through it. The front flip, and then just like his older brother, ski line O, his older brother going for a wake 5 back. He's just doing a wake back. Impressive nonetheless, but yeah, good stuff.
Excellent skiing. And what I noticed a little bit with Pole Diplom Freiburg, a little bit more of a methodical tricker, and I explain that by saying that whenever he turns clockwise on a number of his turns, he actually ends off the trick looking directly backwards and not keeping his eye on the pole as a lot of other trickers do.
Yeah, it's certainly a personal preference, right? So, sort of like what works for you. I tend to want to be sort of looking forward and kind of keep my direction and keep it rolling that way. But there's certainly people that are, turn all the way back. It's more relevant on a toe pass than a hand pass, but there's a couple different ways on how to skin a cat, if that's the saying.
Yes, indeed. More than one way to skin a cat. Okay, so Brooke Baldwin, as a matter of fact, her best score is being revised upwards to 72.80. But that only just consolidates the fact that she is our runner-up in this competition. Pole Diplom Freiburg, here we go. This is going to be a toe wake 5 back, nicely done. Toe wake front. A side slide, toe wake back-to-back, toe wake back-to-back reverse. Not nearly as stable with toe tricks as he is with hands, but he's still motoring on anyway. Toe wake O, does he have anything more beyond this point? A little bit flat there with that toe wake line O.
This is crucial right here.
Toe wake line 5 back. Yes, a good flurry of tricks towards the end to keep him very, very much in contention here.
Yeah, he went down on the toe wake line back the last few days. You saw him to pause there for a second, just resettle, and got enough rope this time. Cleaner takeoff, was able to get through it. The last question is it going to be in time? Because that's a huge trick. I think it's 600 points, and that can make or break you. Here on his earlier portion of his toe pass, pretty clean. One of those skiers that lets their toe lag out on this surface tricks. Toe wake line, you said he came off a little bit flat. I do agree with that a little bit, but looked good, kept it moving. Here's where he kind of took an extra swing at it, came in from a little bit wider this time, got through it. He's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, hopefully that toe wake line 5 back is going to be within time. Obviously, if you take a split second or two to prepare it, it's a little detrimental time-wise.
Yeah, and he has a lot of tricks before that, right? He has that toe wake 5 back. He does that toe slide. So, if to get it in, you got to be moving. That hesitation will definitely cost you. So it becomes a trade-off of, you know, do you want to risk it and have it out of the time, or do you want to rush through it and fall? Not so sure which one is better, but yeah, it looks like he got the toe front, the toe wake line 5 back out of time. Not sure if that's getting reviewed or not, but yeah, what did he trick on the first pass? Do we know?
Okay, we'll try and get the score on pass number 1. Our judges being meticulous with their scoring, making sure that everything is in order.
If I have to guess, I think he's going to be somewhere in that 9,000-10,000 point range.
Yeah.
If I were Thibaut and I was going out next, that's sort of the number I would have in my head. So I'm excited to watch Thibaut. We've watched him a couple times now between this weekend and last weekend. We were talking about him sort of getting back into the trick game, getting better with every chance he gets. And let's see what Zane's got for us.
Indeed.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with the first tricker of the men's final, Paul DePlan Freiburg. Man, you go out and send it every time, stand-up runs. Yeah. Conditions are way better than they have been all weekend, so how did it feel out there?
It felt really good. I mean, honestly, it's the best condition of the weekend, and yeah, just went on the water and sent it, did my best. So yeah, the score is not what I was expecting, but did my best.
Well, you looked really good out there, dude. I really love that inverted ski line that you do. I couldn't do it, but I think they look so sick.
Thank you so much. I think it's out of time, but for the next competition, I will put it in time.
Well, perfect. Well, I love seeing it, and go get showered off and everything, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Bye-bye.
All right. Did you hear that, Tony? I guessed between 9 and 10,000 points. It's 99.40. So, not to give myself a credit, but I was pretty spot on there.
There you go.
Let's see what Thibaut's got. You want to walk us through it?
Yes, indeed. Toe wake back, toe wake front, toe side, toe back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse. Looking and go, toe 5 front, toe wake O, toe wake line O. Toe wake line back to back, a little bit more meticulous now. Oh, it goes for the toe wake line front, and unlike the last couple of days where he was able to recover from that trick, not so much this time.
Yeah, I'm interesting to watch the slow-mo here. He sort of lost his little cross-court speed, which makes your toe wake lines a little bit more challenging, especially the toe wake line front. You want to make sure you're moving across so you clear the wake. Thibaut coming just a little bit short. Let's see what he had here at the beginning. Skipping out on that toe wake 5 back. It feels like it's just not there for it to be a first trick for him just yet. I'm sure he'll figure it out for the Worlds if he chooses to trick. But the start of it looked really good. Thibaut, toe wake line O, no issues. Here's where things kind of stop moving a little bit. Toe wake line back to back. Boom. Little flat, didn't generate too much cross speed, landing a little close to the wake, and yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one as you kind of edging in and you're not moving across. It's hard to cross that wake and make the trick credit and obviously stand it up as well.
So there we see Danielo Filchenko, who's trained in a number of different environments, including the river environment. I mean, think about where he will typically train in Ukraine, in Dnipro. You know, that's a pretty fast-flowing river in itself.
I've been there, so I'm almost ashamed to say this, but I don't really remember if that's like a dead shoulder of the river that doesn't have much flow to it. Or if the river itself doesn't flow much, although that doesn't make much sense, right?
But I'm sure that he's taken the boat on the backside of that and tried to give some tricking a go there against the flow of the river.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that element is one of those things that you just sort of deal with if it's there when you show up for a tournament. You know, I don't know that you want to necessarily practice for it. You know, I certainly wouldn't. My goal was to always just stay confident and deal with what I have to deal with on the day of the tournament.
All right, here we go. This is Thibaut Dayan of France, a real estate broker by trade. Let's see what he's got. Positional to the back. There we go. Mo backs or a little over the front there as he cruises in for the front flip. Ski flip back, reverse. Flip to the front. Ski line 5 back. Ski line back to the front. Ski line O, ski line back to the front, and here he goes. Wake 5 back, and just wanted to fit that trick in at the end. Nice skiing there for Thibaut Dayan.
Yeah, solid stuff there. Thibaut coming up a little bit short on a couple of his flips. You know, I've been praising him for being a king of pop the last 2 days. He came out just a teeny tiny short on his second mope here. You can kind of see the buoys in the background. They seem to be moving quite a bit. I wonder if the head current has something to do with that. But Thibaut recovering with a gorgeous front flip, staying connected, and back in the game here. This is going to be really interesting to see where his score lands. I'm going to kind of stay away from making any predictions because I certainly don't want to call it wrong. But it's going to be close. Ski line, let's see what happened here. Nice ski line back. Finish things off with a wake 5 back and just kind of going down.
But there you go.
Yeah.
But good trick skiing up to that point there from Thibaut Dayan. That could end up being his best score. He comes into this final round of a trick in having scored 82.80 in the round previous to it.
Yeah, interesting strategy from Thibaut, right? We saw him going for 2 ski line 5s. I think he came up short yesterday, so today they decided to go for like a little bit easier sequence. 1 ski line 5, then ski line back to back, ski line O, and ski line back. Much safer, a little bit less points, but hey, he got through it, and you know, he kept himself in the game.
And someone who has a big chunk of points right now is Paul Duplan Freiberg, who conjures up a score of 9,940 for Paul Duplan Freiberg, and Thibaut Dayan taking the lead with 10,260.
All right, that's it. From now on, I'm making predictions. I seem to be pretty close, so I'm just going to call it how I see it, and we'll go from there.
All right, with that, let's send it back over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Thibaut Dayan, 10,260, so pretty big score here. How did it feel out there?
Oh, it feels pretty good. Conditions are super nice, and yeah, I'm happy. Past 10K, that's what I wanted. I'm really happy. I take it, really.
Well, I'm going to tell you, dude, I love watching you slalom, but I love watching you when you get out and ride your other skis because you just look like you're having way more fun.
Yeah, it's really fun, really. So I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Well, dude, congrats on the big score. That's an awesome time to do it in the finals, and we're looking forward to hanging out later, dude.
Yeah.
Right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
It's good to see Thibaut back on his trick ski. I do have to admit, you know, Thibaut always, you know, happy, always smiling, and always in the mix of it. So definitely glad to see him back on a trick ski. Makes me consider my skiing twice. Maybe we'll see something later this year. We shall see. Let's see. All right.
Danilo there. Mo backs. Initial and reverse. Half jack. Flip twist back, and it's reversed. A turn to the front. Front flip, ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. What does he have left? Ski line O to the back. Ski line back to back. Does he have anything more? I believe that was even a 7 at the end there.
It looked like a wake 5 back to me, but you know, impressive stuff. He was moving through his flips. It will be interesting where the time lands there. Danilo, you know, getting those 6 flips, 4 ski lines, trying to squeeze that wake 5 back in. I'd have to look back at some tournaments and see if he's ever been able to get that 5th trick in, obviously making a huge difference on any given day. But let's watch a slow-mo of his flips here. Good, solid transition into the back to front flip. almost a standard in men's trick skiing these days, and women.
So Daniela Filchenko, the first ever instance that we ever saw Daniela Filchenko at international level was 15 years ago at the Junior World Championships in San Gervasio in 2010, and brought to you by TWBC at that point. And tell you what, he's grown a lot since that point.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely grew some muscle. I mean, he was not holding back on those ski line fives. Those are the tricks, especially if you have them after flips that just kind of require a huge level of athleticism. And Danilo going big, landing soft and clean, and able to go right into the next one. I mean, that's how you want to get through your ski lines.
All right, pacing up and down the dockside there is Louis Duplan-Fribourg as he gets ready to ski. Here we are at stop number 4 of the Waterski Pro Tour. This is the Royal Nautique Pro coming to you live from the Kingdom of Morocco.
It will be interesting to watch a toe pass into the head current. Danilo, I've mentioned this before, one of those only guys that uses that reflex toe boot instead of a traditional toe loop, so it gives you a little bit more power. I wonder if that kind of gives him a little bit more leverage and confidence that he's able to do a toes into a head current. Let's see what he's got, Tony.
Indeed, able to, a little bit loose there with the toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake line-o. Does he go for the toe wake line back? Yes, spins to the front, toe wake line 5 back. What does he have? Oh, and he goes with the late plant there on the toe wake line back to back, and not getting the elevation necessary to make that trick a reality. But there you go. That is Danilo Filchenko, and heading towards 10,000 points. I wonder if that's enough to supersede the score of Thibaut Dayon at this point.
Yeah, he missed out on 2 toe wake line back-to-backs. He gets a toe wake line front in as well, so a couple tricks there at the end with a high point value. It will be interesting where he lands. Obviously, more than capable of tricking over 11,000 points on a good day, so if you deduct the 1,000 points or 1,300 points from there, it will be really, really close. But Danilo doing a good job, just coming a little bit short there, not getting over the line. What a bummer, because, man, he was in it right from the beginning.
Yeah, he certainly had the turn from the upper part of his body situated, but the ski just didn't follow around quick enough as he conjures up a point score of 39.60 on toes. We still yet to get the score for hands on him, but for him to 69.10, so 69.10 on hands, 39.60 on toe tricks.
That's going to be too close to add up in the head, right? It's going to be like 10.1 something, 10.180?
Yeah,
maybe?
something. I mean, pushing the point score.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Okay, so he's taken the lead there with 10.870 with 3 skiers remaining. So Danilo Filchenko, enough to take the lead, but probably not enough to keep him there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he would want it more. He's in a pretty decent spot, though, right? Kind of has to wait and see what happens. I'm sure he'll want more, but interesting. Coming up a little bit short on a toe wake line back to back. I've made the comments about the head current and having to be strong and.
All right, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Daniel Filchenko. Dude, hand run was Zayabis.
Yeah, it was good. It was more bubbly than first 2 rounds. Hands, I mean. I get it. It's finals. More pressure, more nerves. Yeah, just frustrated. Honestly, frustrated. I don't know what's going on with toes. Just can't find my balance here. Yeah, frustrating.
Well, man, I know you're frustrated a little bit, but hey, 10.860, that's still a pretty big score, and you put yourself into the lead right now with 3 more skiers left to go. So we can sit and see how it goes. But, dude, great skiing. It was great to have you here at this event.
Yeah, no, I'm lucky to be here. Lucky to be here, honestly, and I'm glad to represent Ukraine. Glad to show the world that Ukraine is still fighting, and we're here, and I came to compete. I'm still amongst the best, so yeah, that was my main point, to be here.
Well, I think you've made Ukraine proud today, dude. I know you're a little frustrated, but, go get dried off, enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, we're in the middle of Louis' first pass, ski line 5 front. Now, this is the little sequence towards the end. There we go, inverted ski. Oh, with the ski line O, and comes up short on the wake 5 back there, inverted.
Yeah, just getting a little bit in trouble there towards the end, missing on the handle pass. Obviously, it's a trick that he gets in time and gets him some point value. Not sure if it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things, but let's see the slow-mo here. Solid start with his first mobs. Love the way how these guys are able to transition into back to front flip. I mean, that is a huge feat in itself. Half twist, losing a little bit of time there. Maybe if I'm, let's see here, ski line. Love the ski line back to back wake front. I mean, I mentioned this before, a classic French hand pass. Ski line 5, no issues. Into the ski line 5 reverse, front flip, and let's see what happened here. Yeah, straight into the ski line O. Yeah, I think he sort of hesitated on whether he should go for a wake O and wake 5 back, and then sort of got distracted and messed up the handle pass a little bit. But
all right, there. So we see some more elements of our scenic views here in Rabat. We're looking at the mausoleum to Muhammad the Fifth. Now, the 70th anniversary of his return from exile, which effectively discontinued the French protectorate here in Morocco. The 70th anniversary of that is on November the 16th. And a day that is highly revered in this part of the world.
Yeah, I had a chance of visiting that site, and among many others, it's definitely, I know Corey spoke about it quite a bit, but it's, very mosaic, very neat. So I was able to kind of read up on it after the fact, and definitely a interesting piece of history there.
And the royal guards surrounding the mausoleum or something else as well.
Yeah, I got to take some pictures and with the cars, the horses, and everything else in that area. So
here we go, folks. This now is Louis Deplon Freibourg.
Toe pass into the head current. Let's see what he's got for us.
Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse, toe back to back, toe 5 front. Toe Waco doesn't go for the toe O's in or out, but there he goes, setting himself up for the toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back, stepping up, toe wake line 5 back, and takes a pretty heavy fall there towards the end there. Yeah. And that could rob him of a whole bunch of points.
Yeah, not the cleanest takeoff, being getting a little bit of access there. Sure, we'll be able to review it in the slow-mo, but here comes the beginning of his pass. Awesome toe 7 front. Let's see, toe wake back to backs. And it's reversed. Surface toe back to backs. Like you mentioned, Tony, he doesn't do the toe O reverse, chooses to skip those, save a little bit of time, and leave it for big tricks towards the end.
Toe wake line O, toe wake line back, and toe wake line back to back. Yeah, about 2 or 3 tricks from the end. Toe wake line back to back reverse, spins to the front, extends the leg out, toe wake line 5 back, and he rotates enough with the ski and the foot, doesn't quite follow through completely in time with the rest of his body.
Yeah, landed a little bit without the line, a little bit of axis, and obviously that causes you to lose your balance. So a little bit unfortunate there. I know he's got some toe wake line front and a couple other surface tricks after. So 43.70 on his toe pass. It certainly will be interesting where he lands when we add the hand pass together with the toe pass.
I think it's going to be about 10,000. Whoa, look at that. 11,000. 11,300. 11,300. So there we go. Louis Duplan-Freiberg has now taken the lead provisionally with 11,300 points. We're now down to our final two competitors. Our penultimate skier coming to us from Mexico. Former world champion, former world men's trick record holder. It is Pato Font.
Pato coming in with a vengeance, taking that title, first one in a year or so. Last weekend, he's on a roll. I'm sure he's hungry, and he wants to take it here today. He's got, Matti coming after him. He's got 11.3 on the board already, so this is certainly not a day to be holding back. And let's see what Zane's got for us.
All right.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with your new leader, Louis Duplan-Freiberg, 11,300. I know we missed a couple of tricks, but dude, you were looking awesome out there.
I felt amazing. Yeah, it was really good. The water was a bit more slippery today than the other day, so like I landed my Waco at the end of my hand, but just the handle just went away. I was like, dang it, missed a couple of runs here, but I focused. Toe was really good. I cleaned everything up, and just that last trick, I need to work on that.
Well, dude, you'll get it for the next round or for the next event. And, dude, how awesome is it to be here with your girlfriend getting to ski in the finals together?
That was awesome.
Well, dude, great skiing. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you, guys.
All right, here we go. Pato Font going through methodically with his toe tricks, toe wake back-to-backs, toe 5 front, toe out. Oh, puts a couple of toe side slides in there. Toe wake line back-to-back, toe wake line back-to-back, reverse spins to front, toe wake line 5 back. Does he go with the toe wake line front? Tries to recover towards the back, but not too much damage caused by that. The 180 to the back, relatively fewer points compared to some of the other tricks that he produced before.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Pato going big, for him that means he puts that toe slide and its reverse before his toe wake lines. The last 2 rounds he went just for one to just give himself a little bit of a time on the tail end, but certainly not holding back here today. Let's see what the slow-mo shows us. Here's the toe slide, here's the reverse, into the toe wake line back. Nice pop, staying connected, clean toe wake line back to back. Just the way Pato gets through this sequence and then into toe wake line 5 back. I mean, that's textbook right there. Love the leg rope crossing. Ooh, bummer. He turned backwards to take that slack, unfortunately getting a little bit too deep. Right, I wonder if that tail current comes into play where it's sort of giving him a little bit more loose line, causing him to be a little bit more off balance, a little bit back on the ski.
Conversely, he's going to go with the head current this time around with hand tricks.
Yeah.
So we see Mati Gonzalez coming to us from Santiago de Chile and getting ready for his run out there. Sergio Font at the pin for Pato Font.
Yeah, Pato, one of those only trick skiers in the field today that's using the rubber binding just as a jumper spot, right? Everybody else is using the traditional hard shell. Definitely interesting to see. It goes back all the way to Adam Pico's and Corey Pico's days. They also preferred, rubber binding. Obviously, Pato's dad, Sergio, skiing with Corey long time ago, and I wonder if that's kind of the reason why the fonts are sticking to the rubber bindings.
All right, so looking for about 6,000 or so points beyond what he produced on pass number 1, 5,030 provisionally on pass number 1, and looking to trick over 11,300. So essentially needing to stand up completely on this pass to get anywhere close. Here we go. This is Pato Font. What does he have? Positional to the back. Mo back. Nicely done. Mo back reverse. Half jack. There we go. 3 flips in. He can do up to 3 more from that point. There we go. Flip twist. There's the front flip. Drops the speed there. Ski line 5 front. Ski line. Look at those ski lines. I'm almost absolutely
Good stuff
lost
right
for
there.
words at that point. But there you go. That is Pato Font. Is that going to be enough, though?
Listen, these guys, they all trick on over 12K on a good day. And in order to do that, you've got to have a 7,000 points hand pass. So it will be interesting to see what scores come through. Pato getting through it super clean, getting those 6 flips, the 5 tricks in, that kind of coming up short there towards the end. It will be interesting to see what the call is, if that's a fall on, ski line back or wake front. Only time will tell, but let's look at a slow-mo here.
There we go. Mo back, Mo back for the first 2 tricks.
Love the
There's
transition.
the transition into the half jack, then goes in for the flip twist back, and then spins to the front just in time to do the flip flip twist back reverse. Then goes for the front flip. That represents the full extent of his flips as he goes for the ski line 5 back. And looking good, ski line 5 front. Does he do anything more beyond that point? He most certainly does with the ski line O and the ski line back, and with a spin to the front.
Let's see here. That's a ski line back.
So losing some tricks at the tail end of both the first and second runs, but is that going to ultimately... here we go, 72.60, 72.60, get you... So 5,030 on pass number 1. So we're looking at a provisional 12,290 provisionally. 12,290 provisionally, if my math is correct.
Yeah, good stuff there from Pato, getting the job done. I know he probably would want to get the little bit of extra tricks in, but man, he set himself up really good. The pressure's on Matti, and he's going to have to go out there and perform and deliver. So I'm definitely excited to see what the next couple of minutes will bring our way.
Just waiting on the timing here, and once the point score is close to, looks like we've committed the point scoring along with the timing. So, and if that is correct, the new score coming for is 12,290. So. Currently, the course record now is 12,290 here at the Burgeg River, right here that separates the city of Rabat from the city of Saleh, here in the Kingdom of Morocco, the nation's capital.
Man, what a final we have, right? We already have a score over 12K. We've got a score over 11K, couple over 10. Let's see what Pato's got to say for us.
Yeah.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with your new leader, Pato Font, 12,290. Dude, that's a pretty good score here for the finals.
Yeah, I'm happy. I want to trick a little bit more just because I know Matti can do 12-4 pretty simple, so I'm just going to wait and see. Honestly, conditions were the same as yesterday. A little more bumpy, but it feels good to trick.
Well, dude, coming off your first win in a year last weekend, and coming out and just kind of stomping it down in the finals here, and now we just got to wait and see how Matty goes. But great skiing this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely some confidence after last weekend, and just having fun in the water and having fun with Matti and everyone else here. Definitely, probably the best tournament of the year so far. So yeah, definitely enjoying it here.
Well, I know last year was the best tournament of the year, and this year it's definitely up at the top right now. So what's the next event for you?
Going to Portugal next weekend. Monday going to Rocheto to train for Worlds there for a little bit, and then to Portugal. So,
well, cool, dude. I'm looking forward to seeing you next weekend. Great skiing, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, here we go. This is Matias Gonzalez from Chile getting set up for his first trick, which is going to be a toe 7 front, and watch this guy move. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reversed, surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe 8 go. There he goes, toe 8 line O, toe 8 line back, toe wake line back-to-back. What does he have towards the end? Toe wake line back-to-back, spins to the front, 2 side slides. Toe wake line 5 back at the end, and he nails that one.
Oh, my word, as my good friend Tony would say. That was some intense stuff right there. I mean, he was powering through it, got a little deep on that toe wake line 5 back, but his pin person's got a confidence, held him. And, yeah, Matti able to ride it out. I mean, that's going to be a huge toe pass.
And the pin person just happens to be Pato Font's father.
But, hey, they're good buddies. They're good friends. Ski together on a daily basis. So, you know, it's between the two guys on the water. You know what I mean? Let's see. I love this shot. Toe wake line back. Matti just moving through it. One trick to another, staying connected. That's some good stuff. Let's see what he's got here with a toe wake line 5 back. Squeezes a toe slide in outside of the wakes.
Boom. Look at that height, though, and the recovery at the end.
Yeah,
Is that going to be in time, though, I wonder?
Oh, absolutely. You know, he squeezes that toe wake line front in after the toe wake line 5 back, right? Obviously, he got deeper there, so he wasn't able to throw the toe wake line 5 front or the toe wake line front in. But, you know, that's still a huge toe pass right up there with Pato in terms of points value. So it will all come down to his hand pass.
Oh, there's a good even looking score. That's 5,500 points. 5,500 points. So looking to produce a score. Let's see how good my math is at this point.
Well, let's keep it simple. He's got to get 7K to win. Right?
Yeah, something around about that mark.
And Pato's hand pass was 7,200. So let's see.
Right, so looking for something in the range of about 7,000 or so points. If we want to be really specific, somewhere in the range of about 7,790 points, if my math is correct.
Yeah,
Matti's going for the win here.
Matti's going to be like on the attack mode like a bull in a china shop. I mean, he's going to go all out. Let's see what he's got for us, Tony.
He could even have the tricks necessary to possibly take a world record. I mean, if he gets them all and within time, Mo back. There we go, half jack to the front. What does he have? Flip twist to the back, flip twist to the back, reverse. Does he have anything more? Front flip, nicely done. There we go. Oh, he misses out on the ski line and does not recover as a result. And that is that could all come down to the judges, but from our perspective at the moment, that might have just Christmas gifted the title to Pato Font.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a bummer. You know, Matti able to get through his first couple of flips. I saw maybe him coming up a little bit short there after the back to front flip, losing a little bit of the mojo. He brought it back for the rest of the flips, but then, you know, lost his concentration a little bit on the ski lines, and in the finals, once you kind of lose your momentum, lose your mojo, I mean, anything can happen. And unfortunately, Matti just losing the rope and coming up a little bit short there. Huge bummer though, but huge congratulations to Pato.
Yes, and receiving the congratulations indeed from Matias Gonzalez, Pato Font. So the final score that we're going to see be revealed up on the screen in just a moment should be in the range of about 10,550. And if that's the case, then that moves him from second seed all the way down to fourth. So ladies and gentlemen, with the score of 12,290. Your winner is going to be Pato Font provisionally with that score. But in the meantime, let's send it over to...
Yeah, it's definitely good to see. I mean, Pato just having that confidence from the last weekend. riding it all the way through to this weekend, going back to back. I mean, that's gonna be feeling good, and most importantly, setting himself up really well for the rest of the season, with the Worlds being a big one coming, there in September. So confidence is the key in any event of water skiing, and Pato will have plenty of it. Let's see what Mati's got to say about this, though.
Hey guys, I'm here with Matias Gonzalez and Pato Font. Matty, saw you go out there. I know that wasn't quite what you wanted, but dude, you've been skiing so good this season.
Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't on my plans. That toes was pretty good, a little slow, and hands flips was really good. I don't know what happened there, but it's all right.
Well, man, I look forward to seeing you next weekend. I know Big Sis is watching at home. You want to shout out anybody else?
Yeah, all my family. Congrats, Pato. I know he deserves it, so I'm really happy for you and for Louis too. He was in the podium too. So,
well, man, great to have you here. We'll see you next weekend. Go get washed off and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Pato, we had to wait a year to get a win. Got one last weekend. Then you only had to wait a week. How does it feel?
I mean, I'm happy. Obviously, I've been hanging out with Mati all week. I want him to trick as good as possible. His toe run was pretty perfect. Hand run was super fast. So I'm pissed off for him too that he fell on ski. I know, because I know big score was coming. So hopefully next weekend he'll trick his 12.8 and we'll have a good battle there.
All right. So I got to know, guys, are we gonna go surfing when we get done?
Yeah, and golfing too.
I'm gonna skip the golfing, but I definitely could go for a surf sesh.
Yeah, let's go right now. We're done.
All right. Well, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, and so obviously they have a little bit more plans beyond the scope of what they do on the water. But there we go. There is your final men's trick leaderboard. Pato Font with 12,290. Louis Duplan Freiburg in the runner-up spot with 11,300. Danielo Filchenko with 10,870. Matias Gonzalez with 10,550. Thibaut Dayon with 12,260, and Paul Duplan Freiburg with 9,940 points. And interesting to note, all of them improved from their respective first and second round scores. Pato Font in the lead in the men's tricks in the Pro Tour standings, with 41 points. Louis Duplan Freiburg currently in runner-up spot with 29 points. Just 1 point behind him is Matias Gonzalez on 28. Daniela Filchenko currently in a two-way tie for fourth with Thibaut Dayon on 16. And you can check out the remaining of the rankings by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com. All right, so that takes care of the tricks event. We'll return here for 9:30 a.m. Moroccan time. 9:30 a.m. Moroccan time, we will go on to women's slalom final, followed by the men's slalom final. And once again, Adam, thanks a lot again for lending your voice and for giving us analysis on what we saw out there on the water. And best of luck going forwards. You're going to be one of our folks out there on the water in the men's slalom final.
Yeah, Tony, I appreciate the opportunity. Always fun to commentate with you, and it was cool to see. I'm excited for the rest of the day. Conditions look good, so we definitely have a great event or a great Sunday ahead of us. And yeah, stay tuned and. Hammer time, I guess.
Indeed. All right, then. With that in mind, this is the Royal Nautique Pro coming to you from Rabat in Morocco. And when we return, we will have the slalom finals in both the women's and the men's competition coming to you next.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
See you in Vienna. At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the Royal Nautique Pro, coming to you from the nation's capital of Rabat in this Kingdom of Morocco. I'm joined here with Corey Vaughan, who will be slaloming a little bit later on in this competition. He'll be our number one seeded skier at the tail end of the men's slalom final, but he's lending his voice here for the women's slalom final, and it's been pretty good so far.
Yeah, Tony. I mean, my heart rate's already a little high. I mean, here we are. This is the finals Sunday. This is what we've been waiting for. You and I have sat here and watched all the action on the women's side. We've seen every skier turn every buoy starting on Friday. We've seen the conditions change. We've seen what it takes for each athlete. We've seen pretty much a little bit of everything. Jamie Bull run 39. Then we saw in the second round the conditions were such that, you know, the top 3 seeds didn't even go through their second pass. So today we've got some of the better conditions that we've seen out here. I think we're expecting, you know, a very competitive finals for both the women and the men. Hopefully some of the highest scores we've seen from the whole weekend. So we're getting ready to kick it off with Ali Garcia. She's going to be our first skier taken to the water. Now, Tony, over the weekend we've mentioned strategy. Our top 3 seeds were those who started at 13 meters, 32 off. That seemed to bode well for them. We're going to see today if any of the other skiers, the first 5 stayed with the same strategy both rounds, 14 meters off the dock. We're going to see what Ali's planning on doing here. You know, I'm turning around, Tony. I'm seeing yellow come off the side of the pylon. I think that means right there, Ali Garcia, first skier to take to the water, is going with a new strategy. She is going to take that 13-meter start. As you'll recall, those who have been following the qualifying rounds, some of the skiers have had a hard time getting off of the one ball at 11 meters on their third pass coming from that ocean end. Ali was one of those. She wants to run that 11. She wants to take it deep and put some pressure on, try to get her way to the podium. So she is going out there, first skier off the dock, with a new strategy, and we're about to find out how that pays off.
And an opportunity for you out there watching the webcast to vote for your skier of the day, provided to you by 2U Healthy Snacks. The Skier of the Day award very much in play, so vote for that. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play. A 13-meter start is imminent here for Ali Garcia, our first competitor out. In this 7-skier final, we'll be missing one of our competitors in the midway through the order, Alana Bishop-Berger from France, because of the injury that she sustained yesterday. But we wish her the best of luck going forward, as she really turned it on, not only in this event, but also in the Monaco Waterski Cup.
Yeah, and we're going to certainly hope that she's able to recover from this injury. I'm sure she has the World Championships later in August in her crosshairs, so I hope that she's able to get back to training and get to those World Championships. But here we go, Ali, first pass. You know, the story of the event so far has been current, wind, the changing conditions. We should take a note here. Ali's going to have headwind on the opening pass, but tail current. So right now conditions are a factor. Allie looking very strong here, coming out swinging. This is a beautiful looking opening pass at 13 meters. If I had to guess right here as she rounds 6 and comes out the exit gate, she's already happy with her decision to go out there at 13 meters.
All right, then. So let's send it over to Zane in the meantime.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Ilana Bischoff-Bergier. We saw you take a crash yesterday, and I know we kind of injured your shoulder. Can you tell people at home kind of what happened?
I just thought conditions were very hard, so I thought it's like that. Bits injuries on my shoulders, so it's okay now. I'm good. I can't ski for the next 3 weeks. It's like that, but I'm okay now. It's okay.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that they took care of you. We got your shoulder back in place, and I'm bummed that we're not going to get to see you in the final because I was expecting a huge score out of you today. You've been skiing so good, so I'm really sorry for that happened to you, but I look forward to getting you back out on the water in a couple weeks.
Yes, and it will be for the next year, and I'm happy to be here. It's like that.
Well, I'm happy you're here. I've enjoyed hanging out with you. I enjoyed meeting you this week, so look forward to getting you back healthy and back on the water. But right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much there. And, certainly for one, I look forward to seeing Ilana Bischoff-Bergier compete again. It'll be about a month before we see her next. All things going right for her from this point onwards.
All right, 35 off, Tony. We got to see this start. You know, it's going to maybe be a little bit in her head. Hopefully it clears right there. Good one. Plenty good enough to get into the swing of things at 35. She's right where she needs to be mid-course. Strong 3. A little slow off of 4, but here comes a big 5. Gets it.
Wow.
There we go.
Didn't exactly have the best of 4s, but I tell you what, she more than made up for it with a very good turn on number 5 in round number 6. And, you know, she had a relatively slow start in this tournament, but she's come back up, and now she's really putting a viable target out there with 11.25 meters coming up next.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, I'm seeing her ski with more confidence right there from the start. She really just stayed committed. You know, a couple of these buoys, there are tricky conditions. You know, like this 4-ball right here, I think she was a little slower coming off than she wanted, but she didn't let that phase her. She went right over here to 5. She's a lefty. She dropped the hammer on 5. Beautiful turn. And, you know, now is when she feels like, okay, you know what? I've got 38 from a new end. Fresh start. I know I can run it. Hopefully this is an advantageous end. You see the current doing some tricks here. Well, the boat has to face opposite the course. Oh, no, I guess it's facing toward the course, but getting pushed away. You know, it's a tricky business down there on the ends when the current is pushing the boat and the skier all over the place. But, you know, Allie, I think, is going to be very happy with the decision. We hope that it pays off well for her. And we're also happy to hear Ilana has a prognosis. It's always good when you kind of find out where things are. I mean, no one wants to hear that you're going to be on the shelf for 3 weeks. However, you know, with a big crash like that and an injury, it could be worse. So she will be able to return to training this season. That's great news. And we wish her the best and look forward to seeing her down the line. But I see that boat moving toward the course. This is 38. Allie's best score so far is 2. She definitely wants to get past that. And there's a good 1-ball, better than she's had so far. A little tight on 2, but she's moving. Big 3 right here.
She's
there we
there,
go.
Taking a big hit off off 3. Managing to get the approach into 4, but gets 4 and 11.25 meters. That would actually represent a best score in this competition.
That's her best score so far. I mean, it shows that she was smart to go with the strategy that she did. I know she wanted the whole thing there. You know, it's a tricky start down here. It was not bad. Looks like she, you know, had her best one of the event. Came off of 2, you know, a touch slow and not as, like, connected and swinging as she wanted, but she powered down here, and I thought she got a great turn at 3. It looked to me like she almost got so much load right here that she couldn't get out of it. See, that left shoulder stayed down on the way to 4. She couldn't get that edge change as soon as she wanted, and as she did, you know, these skiers, you kind of know the score at that point. You know if you try to turn that with that much speed, you're going to dump it. Better to stand up and take the full 4. That is a competitive score based on those that we've seen in the book so far. So she's jumped up and set a new tone. And she's kind of shown the other ladies on the dock, you know, this strategy is potentially the right play. It's going to be interesting to see what everyone does following in Allie's wake here. So 4 at 11, 38 off. Some strong skiing for Allie. You know, you see it here that she did want to take that down, but you know, we'll get a word with her shortly, and we're going to see what type of strategy Neely Ross takes when she hits the water here in a few moments.
All right, for those of you wondering about the tide is going out. We are about, I would say, about a couple of hours away from experiencing low tide, and as it approaches low tide, the water current slackens off a little bit as it begins to change direction, going towards a high tide, which we probably won't experience so far as our action out there on the water at this time, because high tide is going to be at about nearly 6 o'clock this evening. But we'll be keen to see how the conditions are fair for the tail end of this women's competition and indeed the men's competition.
Yeah, well, so far each day we've been doing slalom, you know, close to low tide. Now, I mean, yesterday the wind was a huge factor. We took a pause between the women and the men. So by the time the men went out there, we were kind of dead in the middle between the low tide and the high tide. The river was running. Today, we are hoping for some of that slackening effect and things slowing down just a little bit. The wind direction is a little more favorable today. It's not coming straight down the river. As we've said, it doesn't take a whole lot of wind to get that water moving in an open place like this, but we've got some more protection today.
And let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Allie Garcia, first skier off in the women's final. Me and you were kind of chatting a little before, and you're kind of toying between 14, 13 start, and I think that 13 start paid off.
Yeah, you know, it was definitely a gamble. I've really not done it in a few weeks, especially being over here in Europe. But I knew I preferred this end, and I'm really happy that it seemed to have paid off. I'm kind of kicking myself because I shocked myself by getting to 4, and, you know, I should have kept going, but I'm really happy with my commitment, at least.
Yeah, and I mean, I was super impressed with your 12, right? We kind of got a couple slow turns, but, you know, you just kind of relaxed and kept going buoy to buoy, made it through that pass, and set yourself up for a shot at 11 from the other end.
Yeah, the head current and tailwind together is such a, like, funky feeling. Definitely your ski doesn't move how you predict it to, so it's just, like, trusting that you'll get there.
Well, I think 4 at 11, really good score. Super happy for you, and now go clean yourself off and enjoy the rest of the evening.
I'm so excited to participate tonight because last night looked a lot of fun. So.
Well, me and you will have a lot of fun later tonight, but right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so we've got Neely Ross making the approach in towards the course now, and it's amazing how good the conditions are at this point in the river, because, I mean, we're at the Fairmont Hotel last night, and we saw those waves breaking in at the inlet at the 2 kilometers downstream of this river, you know. So.
Yeah, and we got to call attention here, Tony. She is taking the same strategy, going out 32 off 13 meters, so she is saying, okay, I see what Allie did there. I think that's the right call. And so far it's looking to be the case. Yeah, you're right, Tony. Some of those waves breaking in last night, it looked like the swells would have easily made it down here to where we're skiing. And we don't like skiing on swells. Great opening pass there for Neely Ross. Very commanding 13-meter, 32 off pass. So, you know, she's another one. Was not getting the one balls. You know, her gates looked pretty good from this end, but the one balls weren't connecting. So she wants to, you know, have 35 off 12 meters from that end, a pass that she knows she can get right through, and then, like Allie, take the 11-meter 38 off pass from the starting end. See Brooke Baldwin there getting a little last-minute massage, getting all those muscles worked out. They've been worked this weekend. Yeah, a little bit more muscular effort than some sets when we're relying fully on technique. They're a little more likely to get caught out of position when the current's pushing, and especially the current's pushing one way, the wind's pushing another. You know, but now's the time to set all that to the side and come all guns blazing in the finals.
All right, we'll see what Neely Ross can conjure up. A little bit disappointed with her performance in the tricks competition, but you know, looking for a little redemption here in the slalom event. We'll see how that goes coming forwards, as we see Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat, and Kika Pizzotta is in the passenger seat. Let's see.
All right, 12 meters, 35 off. Clearly a must run. Typically kind of a warm-up pass in challenging conditions. Not quite so easy, but now there's a one ball that we can work with. That's what she's looking for. She's off to a good start right here.
Number 2 as well, a little bit on the back of the
She's
ski
on
of
time. You know, there's no reason to rush. She's just taking it steady right here. And a nice 35 off pass.
Nice.
Yep.
Yep, well controlled. You know, she didn't exactly ski beyond her balance or her capabilities out there for the conditions that were on offer to her. But she looked in rhythm. She looked thoroughly in control from one buoy to the next.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good start. In her mind right now, you know, she wants to run this 11-meter 38 off pass coming back up, and she'd love to get off of that one ball at 10.7 down there. You know, that sort of start that she had right there makes it seem possible. Now, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's no easy business with 11 meters on this river. But the way she's skiing, it certainly looks within play. And like you said, she maybe wants a little bit of redemption out of the trick event, so she's motivated, she's warmed up, she's already put herself in the pressure cooker today once. So she's kind of gotten through some of those nerves. I'm sure they creep back up as a single eventer. I don't really know so much about that. But, you know, hopefully it plays in her favor to have already taken to the water once. And now she's got everything to win, nothing to lose.
All right, so Neely Ross just trying to control her position in the water. Yeah, that tide has quite a pronounced effect for something relatively simple as a deep water start. And now she's making her way back into the course, driving towards the Hassan, the second bridge end. Here she comes, Neely Ross. This is 11.25 meters, needing more than 4 for the lead here.
Good start. Ooh, a little slow off at 2. She's going to need to make up a little ground here. She does. What's she going to do with this 4 ball? She gets off of it. She takes the lead and finishes
right, look
the
at
pass.
This. There you go, a 6-buoy count on 11.25 meters for Neely Ross, and that is her best score of this event thus far.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it seems that strategy has come into play. You know, both of the ladies to take to the water so far have changed it up. Both have improved on their score. We do have, I'd say, our best conditions so far. And this was a nice pass for Neely. Very smart skiing. You know, she committed where she needed to. She didn't overdo it anywhere because it's so easy to, you know, let some of this current, some of these rollers, anything take you off your game. Really strong side to side. Really nice job here at 3 to come through, set a great line for the second half of the pass. She was a little slow off of 4, kind of got a little stoppage right there, but got back into position. And then this is just smart, experienced skiing. Take it a little bit down course, get that ski into its direction, drive out strong to 6, get that ski around, boom. Great skiing for Neely right there. She knows it. Now she's got a chance to, she's got the lead. She wants to elevate it as far as she can. It's going to be a big deal right here if she can get off of 1. That's kind of been the bugaboo from this far end, and she would love to get any piece of 2 or more. That's certainly going to make a statement, and we're just going to see what sort of start can she get.
All right, they're having taken the lead, but she knows full well that going forwards that the likes of Costar and Veek and Nicholson and Bull, along with Baldwin, are all capable of coming up with a score.
Can she get off of it? Go, drive.
All right, so that's a 1-buoy count at 10.75 meters for Neely Ross.
I mean, some great skiing right there. Now everyone knows to challenge the lead, they have to get through 11. And it's going to be interesting to see what sort of approach everyone takes from here on out. Do we see the entire field go off at 32 off, 13 meters? Looks like maybe a little undercooked on the gate right there. Maybe she needed to bring a little bit more energy through that turn in. It's just so hard. You don't want to overrun. You kind of feel like you're dead in the water if you do, and you have too much speed because you do have some tail current right there. But I'd say she didn't quite get into her power and get into her direction soon enough, and that speed brought her past one ball. Couldn't get the swing out of there. Great skiing. That's her best. I hope that she feels good about it. It was a great move with the 13-meter start. This part's a little tricky, I've found, coming up the ladder. You either got to carry your ski, or Neely's got her own way there with coming up the ladder with the ski on. That's some trick skier stuff right there.
Yeah, you got to keep the ski on your foot there, because that ski will drift away out of your reach in a split second. You know, so that's why they keep them on.
Yesterday, I skied back to the dock after my round, and I kind of dropped mid-dock, and by the time I'd pulled my ski off, I was almost past the ladder down the river. I thought, oh my, I better make some moves right here.
Mm-hmm. That's why we have a PWC on hand, you know, with a driver able to pick up any bits of debris and loose skiers as well.
All right, I took a peek behind me, and Brooke also going to stay with the trend here, going off the dock at 13 meters. So we are seeing everyone changing strategy. So far, it's paying off. I know it should instill some confidence in Brooke. She doesn't have to be the first one to do it like Allie, you know, and kind of feel like it's a gamble. Now it feels like a safe bet. And while we drop, we're going to go and check in with Zane.
Indeed.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Neely Ross. I know the trick event didn't quite go like you wanted this morning, but then you came and just stomped it out there in the slalom event.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like there's something about slaloming when you're mad about another event. I usually seem to slalom pretty decent after I'm pretty mad with tricks, but I had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of go and you get a little angry, but then you go even more aggressive, and that's really what it takes to ski in these conditions with the current and, you know, kind of the setup we got here. So, I mean, it worked out in your favor.
It did. I mean, obviously, we're not skiing on a man-made Florida lake, but, you know, the conditions, you know, they're tough, but it's skiable. I think all the skiers are managing it well, and honestly, this is such a fun tournament. I'm having a really great time here.
Well, huge score today. That was awesome, great skiing. Go get yourself cleaned off and enjoy the rest of the afternoon and have fun later tonight.
I will. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, there. Interesting to mention the fact that that for the first pass for these ladies, they haven't had to experience a tail current.
Yeah, I want to say yesterday a few of them actually did. It kind of was starting to slacken to neutral in the middle of the event, but we're probably at about the point of the running order now where, you know, this is a new experience coming off the dock with definite tail current. I think yesterday also the wind was so severe that it was really hard to tease apart the conditions and what you were feeling. So something a little new, but everyone's had 2 rounds on the river. They've gotten some exposure to the current. You know, actually, I think pretty much everyone practiced as well, which was a great benefit, something that we don't get at Moomba, the only other place that we typically ski with current. You know, right there, nice solid opener at 32 off 13 meters for Brooke.
All right, not looking bad on pass number 1. Brooke Baldwin with 32 off start. Brooke Baldwin over the last few seasons has been largely absent due to injury and also studying for her MCAT, looking to go into medical school, which is going to take an even larger chunk of her time going forwards, as we see Manon Costa from France getting ready and limbered up for her go out there on the water.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we're seeing Brooke get out here and back on the tour. If this is kind of an interim period between, you know, starting med school and, you know, and that injury that you mentioned, you know, I think that she's really enjoying not just her time on the water and being part of the tour again, but just enjoying the whole travel experience. And so, again, compared to the gravity of med school and the things upcoming, you know, for her, this may seem a bit more like a break, which I think is a great mental headspace to be in versus, you know, this is your whole life and your livelihood coming down to how you perform today. Hopefully Brooke's a little lighter in spirits than that, and that could play in her favor right here.
All right, throttle mashed down by Nathan McGarry. In that same boat is Kika Bazzotta from Great Britain and Italy, respectively, and from the United States on top of the water on 12 meters. This is Brooke Baldwin. There's number one. There is number two.
Ooh, oh my,
again,
come on now. She's going to, oh no.
Not able to fully recover. So it looks like it is going to be a score of 2 on 12 meters. 2 on 12 meters there for Brooke Baldwin. So after 3 competitors, Ali Garcia holds the advantage as we work our way towards the tail end of this the slalom event in the women's category.
Well, that just speaks to how merciless this sport is. You know, just one moment, one mistake, and everything can go away so quickly. And I'd say that's only put on steroids when we're somewhere that the conditions are challenging. You know, your ski makes a funny move. It does something that you're not used to it doing. You get caught out of position. We'll see it right here again for Brooke. You know, it was a little bit slow off of 1, but I really wasn't worried. You know, this is a pretty easy pass for her. You know, she wanted to make back some time at 2, so she really committed, and it's almost like that head current. Oh, you kind of see that ski made a bit of a strange movement there for her and just caught her by surprise, and she wasn't able to get back into position and get her direction to get out to 3. So sometimes it just feels like it happened so fast. In that moment afterwards, you're like, oh, please, just give me a do-over. You know, what's the chances of something like that happening twice? That's the brutal part of this. Yeah, ski maybe wound up in some chop or something, and she wasn't able to get balanced and aligned to get over there for 3.
At that point, it was a head current, right?
Let's see. Yeah, head current, exactly. That's kind of pushing on that ski, and then the tailwind is kind of pushing the other way on the ski. So not so easy to figure out, even for the world's best out here.
All right, then. We're now down to our final 4, as it were, and starting in on 13 meters is going to be Manon Costar. At this point, we would have introduced Alana Bischoff-Berger, but her injury yesterday prevents her from participating in this final, and we wish her the best going forwards. In the meantime, let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Brooke Baldwin. We saw you get second place in the trick event. I know that wasn't the score you want, but for the viewers at home, I know you've kind of been dealing with a little bit of some shoulder trouble, so was that kind of the problem there?
Yeah, I think it was more just like when I haven't been tricking a lot, so then when I do trick, my shoulder like gets kind of inflamed a little bit, so I was more just like kind of chilling, and then I'm not really into taking hits at the moment, so that's okay. I had fun.
Well, hey, we know you have fun. We can always tell when we talk to you that you're having fun, and congratulations on your second place in tricks, and look forward to seeing you at the next event.
Thank you. Me too. I'm excited to go to Portugal, so that's fun.
Well, I'll be there with you. Looking forward to it, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
Why, thank you very much. As we see Manon Costar getting ready for her attempt at the course. Now we're almost at the lowest tide right now. The low tide is scheduled to be around 11:38 a.m. We are at 9:43 a.m. right now, so we've still got a little bit of tide to go before we go into slack water. And about the time that it hits slack water, the men will be out there.
Yeah, and here we go. I didn't catch Manon's starting speed and line length.
13 meters.
Okay, so she's staying with the trend here. I think that's the right play. Love to see Manon come out and make her way through a few passes. I know she wants to set a new lead. And looking good so far. Love this drone angle. Shows how she's early and up course. Plenty of space coming into those buoys. Nice tight line there the whole way. Good opening pass for Manon.
Yep, no worries there at all as she skis over towards the Hassan, the second bridge end. And we see Vanessa Veek pacing up and down the starting dock, getting ready for her go.
Yeah, and I was going to pick up on what Brooke said. You know, it's so nice. It's one of the great things about the tour when you got multiple weekends here. You know, she said she's already looking forward to Portugal. She's coming away from this tournament with a silver medal, second place in the tricks. Certainly not a bad day there. And, you know, she knows she's going to get to travel to a new destination, have a bunch of new experiences, and a brand new opportunity over in Portugal. She had a podium finish last weekend in Monaco, third place, and so she would love to find her way back there. next weekend. She certainly knows that she can do it. And as she said, she was still having fun. That's the main thing, and that's a good attitude to be bringing into the next leg.
All right, so the towboat just trying to position itself, which isn't exactly the easiest thing to do with the current state of the current right now. There we see on 12 meters. Directly behind the towboat is Manon Costard. All right, and the boat now working its way up to speed, 55K. Or 34 mile an hour.
Yep, and this will be 35 off. It's a must-run pass here. You know, as we've said before, this is typically a warm-up pass for Manon. She wants to get this. There's a little rear back at 1, but she's going to. Oh no!
Oh, and going down on 12 meters. 2 scores back to back. 2 skiers back to back, with way subpar scores of 2 and 1.5. On 12 meters, and now we're beginning to wonder whether going in on 30 meters is still a viable strategy at this point.
Well, that's right. You know, it's hard to say from here if the conditions have changed. Maybe we'll hear something from Manon about that. It looks like she ran out of speed a bit at the gate, and so she was a little slow off of 1, which is her onside. I wasn't too worried though. I mean, she got plenty of drive out here to 2, but. We saw the same thing. I'm having flashbacks to yesterday. A few of the skiers ended up looking kind of like that off of the 2 ball. And at 35 off, we saw it with Allie Nicholson. We saw it with Vanessa. And, you know, it got Manon right there. She's going to be very disappointed with that, of course. And it's just what we said. The sport is so brutal. One moment, you're coming into the buoy, you're feeling okay, and the next, it's just over that quickly. And the emotion that you experience in that moment, I can't even put that into words. I've been there plenty of times, and I don't even know what to compare it to. It's pretty bad.
All right, so moving forwards, we got Vanessa Wieck, and take a quick look over her shoulders, and yep, it's green and yellow.
I think that's still the right call. You know, I was talking to Vanessa a little bit yesterday, and, you know, she had gone out there. The conditions were very challenging, and she had done, I think, essentially what Manon just did right there, and she was questioning her strategy as to where she should start. And I said, you know, learn from what happened, try to use that as information to have a safer 2, you know, try not to get out of balance and out of position, but I think you got to trust that your best bet is to get out there with 32 off and, you know, make a good attempt at getting through 11 meters 38. You're skiing for the win here, and you got to give yourself every opportunity to get that.
All right, then, and with that in mind, let's send it over to Zane.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Manon Costard. I know that's probably not what you were looking for, but, you know, way to make it into the finals and see you at the next event, huh?
Thank you for being positive. Yeah, no, definitely not what I wanted. I just can't figure it out over there. I have no idea. So, yeah, I mean, that's done. I'll put it behind me, and then we'll ski differently in other events. So still happy to have been here and skied the little I did. And yeah.
So will we see you in Portugal next weekend?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, perfect. Well, I love watching you ski. I think you're one of my favorite ski styles, and you know, I'm looking forward to getting you out there. And we're gonna have no current, and I think maybe next weekend will go a little better.
Let's hope so.
Well, I think it will. Go enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you next weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
All right, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, big ups to Manon right there for keeping a smile and some laughter on during the interview. That's not easy to do. That's just professionalism and keeping your composure and your sportsmanship for the camera and those watching at home. I know she's got a lot of fans, myself included, and it's hard to see somebody hurting. But those of us who know, we know. There's a lot of hurt going on inside there, and so I hope that's channeled into a big comeback next weekend. Here we got Vanessa. Looking very strong on this opening 13-meter pass. We've seen that pass go pretty well for everybody. That bodes well for her bid at 11 coming in the same way. I know there's going to be a little trepidation in her mind about this 35, maybe in particular the 2-ball, the start. It's been a little bit challenging the last couple of days. So, I hope that she just reminds herself of her keys right here, musters up that confidence, and goes out there and does exactly what she knows how to do.
So working our way towards the end of the field, we've got Ali Nicholson dockside and Vanessa Veek out there on the water. The current top score is 1 at 10.75 meters, courtesy of Neely Ross, and they see that up on your screen. So anything above 1 on 10.75 meters will guarantee that skier from here on out a place on the podium. And obviously a bigger chunk of the prize purse, of course, that goes along with it.
Yeah, well, we saw Neely, second skier of the day, go out there and get through 11, which we haven't seen a whole lot of this weekend. So we knew that was going to be a great score and put her in a good position, and it really has done so. Like you said, 3 skiers to go, so a lot to be determined still, but Neely hanging on strong at the moment. This is going to be a very definitive pass right here. I think that, a skier like Vanessa is probably feeling a little bit better about her 38 into the wind right now than this 35, but she's well capable, wants to get that start. Great start.
Nicely
Looking good
done.
here. Get off of that 2. A little slow, but she has a great 3. Come on now. Let's
Keeping
get it
going.
Really commit. It's a slow 4, but she can get a big 5. There it is. Great, smart skiing.
And I think she made the decision that she is not going to go down today.
That's right. I mean, that mentality, you saw the strength, the mental strength there, and it's also an instance of knowing yourself. Vanessa knows that her 135 is a pretty darn bulletproof turn. She is one of the best, watching everyone so far, watching those to come. She's got one of the biggest, baddest 135s in the game. Both 2 and 4 were a little slow there. I think, she really didn't want to have a little mistake like Manon, and it's over so quickly. So she was probably playing it a little safe, which, sometimes can cause a little more trouble, but it's also knowing herself that anything she loses there, she can make back right here, and she does. Gets that tip to come through. A little slow, but she's also, Vanessa, one of our strongest skiers. So when it comes to side, she can get the job done. And this 5-ball right here is what sealed the deal. Boom. Everything she needed. At this point, she's thinking, okay, good, right strategy. Regroup, get the heart rate back down, take some deep breaths, and she can go ahead and get her way through this 11.
And that's where we were last night at the Fairmont Hotel, adjacent to the main beaches of Rabat and Saleh. And you see the surf breaks over there about 2 kilometers away from where we are right here at the
It was
the Marina of Saleh as well.
Beautiful last night. We were there. The sun was setting. I wish we could have a clip of the spread of food that was out for us, both the food and the dinner and the desserts. That was.
Oh, there's plenty of them on social media.
There are. Go find them. That was pro skiing right there. Okay, 11 meters, strong start for Vanessa. Let's see what she can do here. Oh no!
Oh, and blows the tail out around buoy number 2, coming up a little bit short on the whip. So the score is under review.
That's right. I think she was tight on the buoy there. You saw the ski hit it, and it sent the ski kind of bouncing. Plus, you've got, the tail current head wind right there, which is going to make it more bouncy. I thought this gate in 1, really put her off to a nice start. That's the tricky part. We're so used to skiing with rhythm and just expecting kind of to know where the buoy is, and then all of a sudden it feels a little wider. She kind of pumps the ski out and clips the buoy, and once again, that feeling of it ends so quickly. Off of 1, she's ready to go, and then as she releases the handle into 2, I think, something flashes through your mind. This is not it. Sometimes you're able to salvage it, and sometimes you're not. And unfortunately, right there for Vanessa, it just wasn't meant to be. Ski hits the buoy, bounces out, and we're waiting, I guess, for an official score. It looked kind of like a 1.5. We're going to see what the judges say. In either case, it's not what you wanted. And with that, we can say that Neely Ross is going to be on the podium.
Yep,
okay,
that's right.
1.5 there for Vanessa. man, all that hard work. It feels like getting through that challenging 35 to set this up, had the start, and then, boy, taken away in the blink of an eye. So Neely, like she said, she was disappointed in her tricks. It fired her up for slalom, and boy, has that paid off. You know, standing strong right there with the 1 at 10.7. 2 skiers remaining. Allie Nicholson got the yellow bib on there. She is our reigning event champion. She took the title last year when the event was in Marrakesh. And she knows what she needs to do to at least take the lead to find her way to the podium here. She'd love to back up that win. Let's do it.
All right, and now the podium bubble has been reduced from 1 at 10.75 meters, the lead score from Neely Ross, to that second place score, which is currently 4 at 11.25 meters from Ali Garcia. So, Ali Nicholson is out on the water at this time as they make their way towards the Muhammad VI Tower. And with that, let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here dockside with Vanessa Veek. What happened out there?
Oh, I just didn't take it all the way out at 2 and I clipped it and fell. So it was pretty wild. I would say every bit as wild as yesterday with the current. So, yeah, but I really enjoyed myself. It's so much fun. Like, so blessed to be here with my family and with all of you guys. So, yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Noah. Happy Father's Day to him.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to him. We do have a little something for him that we have not shared with him yet. So we thought we'd get the skiing out of the way and then, yeah, celebrate his day.
Well, cool. Well, you go enjoy yourself with Noah, and happy Father's Day to everybody back home that's watching. And we'll send it back to you, Tony.
I wonder if it's one of those costumes along with a fez.
Something from the market, huh?
Yeah.
That's been popular on this trip. You know, I guess the question would be, are we going to see Noah in that at the party tonight?
Maybe.
Yeah. It could be a good look for him. You know, I've noticed some of these are pretty lightweight, good sun protection. It could be his new outfit in the boat when he's coaching back home. All right.
Yeah.
13 meters. Now, this is Allie's typical starting line length, so she's not changing her strategy in any way. She's done this every round for years, and I think that's probably a nice position to be in too. You don't feel like you have to change anything. Just go out there, take your best shot. Allie looking very solid on that opening pass. We expect nothing less, and you know, we'll see if Allie, with all of her experience, has any trouble with this 35. But I'm suspecting, you know, it's not even in her mind very much.
All right, eager to see what she produces out in the water. So too, Jamie Bull, the two-time world slalom champion and current world slalom champion.
I'm thoroughly impressed, Rob. Your glucose last night.
A little bit of banter on the dock down there. Jamie wearing the blue bib to signify that she is currently the tour leader. A lot of points on the line on this event because this is our biggest cash prize of the season. So you see the points right there. The winner is good. It's a 6-star event. The winner takes home 100 points. So when you are in the, you know, in second place, same thing. It kind of trickles on down. So a podium finish here, a win here, really can vault you way out into the lead. Jamie's holding that now. She wants to retain it, and she's going to have her chance here shortly. There you see our current leaderboard. Regina Jacobs with 52, Vanessa with 73, and Jamie with 95. So Jamie could more than double her points here with a win. That's how much is on the line right here today.
And there we see in the amongst our scenic spots there, the Grand Theatre of Rabat, as Nathan looks to drive past that. And hopefully Ali Nicholson will still stay in contact with the boat right here and now with 12 meters.
Solid one ball. She's off of that 2. That's given some skiers trouble, so she's looking good mid-course. Yep, solid off of 4 here, and a little safety check there at 5. You know, she's a lefty. She can rip into that 5 if she wants to. I think she was just saying, let's play this safe. I'm up course enough that I don't need anything silly to happen. That's just wise skiing right there. And a nice pass for Allie. She's getting her rhythm. She's getting her starts dialed in. This was a pretty nice one ball compared to those we've seen from that end, and followed by a good 2. So from here, she just wanted to stay in the saddle, ride the rhythm, ride the line nicely. I think she did that really well. And she's going to have, it seems, the favorable direction for 38 off 11 meters. She has to run it to have a stab at the lead. Currently, Neely Ross with 1. So we are going to find some things out very soon. The podium's starting to take shape in front of us.
Yes, and Ali Nicholson wearing the yellow bib to signify that she is the defending champion from last season, from last season's Marrakesh Pro, right here. We're at the Royal Nautique Club. This is the Royal Nautique Pro, the second time we've had a pro event in the Kingdom of Morocco. Glad to have the presence of your company, either on site or online. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Corey Vaughan. And looking forward to some great slalom in action, not only from the women, where we're at our penultimate skier right now, but also the 8 men who are lined up to challenge.
All right, 38 off.
Here.
This is a critical pass. It's a must run. There's a good one. A lot of power off the back of that 1. Brought her a little down course at 2. She wants the big 3 here. A little stall. She's going to need to make up time. She is staying gritty out there. Oh, a long pull to 5. Get back. That's going to put her into second position right now, which means she can do no worse than third. She is definitely on the podium, but she will not defend her title. I thought that was really good, scrappy skiing to stay in that pass. Things had gotten a little off the rails, and she was close to having a stab at that 5 ball, but just a little too narrow to drop the hammer. So Jamie Bull knows where things stand. 1 at 39 by Neely Ross is the lead. Ali Nicholson, 5 at 38, can do no worse than third. And after the next skier, we are going to know where the podium is and how everyone finishes out. She got a lot of power off of the back of that 1, and I think it actually pushed her down course a little at 2. You know, I thought right here at 3, she looked for the big turn, and it stalled out a little bit. She did a great job trying to stay on the attack here at 4. You know, I think if she had just gotten a little bit more swing a little sooner, she might have been wide enough to get a turn on that 5. But, you know, she did the right thing there and stood it up, took the full buoy. It was just slipping through her fingers as she went down the pass. You know, you saw the disappointment there coming out the exit gates with a 5. We'll watch it one more time. You know, that is strong. She's laying into it because that current is pushing against her, but then the wind is pushing her down course. So, you know, very tricky, and things are changing buoy to buoy. This is, you know, plan A is out the window. She's on plan B or C right here. Just kind of throw everything at it. And this is so close to being able to get this to turn, but ends up just a squeak too narrow. And that is a frustrating feeling. I feel for Ali right there. We were just talking about, you know, our accommodation here on and off the water. I'm sure we'll get a drone shot of it soon, but this is about the best viewing for a ski tournament. If you're hanging out on site, that means you're at the clubhouse here. You got the pool, you've got, you know, service, food, drinks, shade, and just a gorgeous view all the way around. So this is quite something. One of a kind.
All right, with that, we now come down to our final competitor and the Pro Tour leader in the women's slalom. We've got Jamie Bull, and we've also got Zane Nicholson.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Ali Nicholson. Not going to be able to defend that title this year, but still good skiing. Got a little deep out of 1 ball. Can you tell us about your 11?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely challenging out there. I think it's a little better than what we skied in yesterday. I think it was probably the right call to take the 11 that way. My 35 12 meter felt really pretty hard. I just felt like I kind of kicked back a little too hard out of 1, and I just felt a little bit out of control. I thought I kind of had recovered pretty well, but unfortunately not able to complete that 38 off pass. So yeah, unable to defend the title, but you know, it's been a blast being here. It's been super fun. Yeah.
Well, we'll see you in Portugal next week. Look forward to getting you back out there. And
one more thing.
One more thing.
before we say bye, happy Father's Day, Dad. I know you're watching.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, Tone. We love you and look forward to seeing you soon. But right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So happy Father's Day to all of you dads out there in the United States.
And across the world.
And across the world as well, who's fortunate enough to celebrate Father's Day on exactly the same day.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we've got a few dads in the men's lineup coming up. I believe 3 of us, JT, Sledge, and myself. And I hope, obviously for selfish reasons, I'm hoping that the Father's Day gives us all a little bit of extra strength out there on the river today. Here's Jamie. First pass, 13 meters. She's the only skier in the women's field to get through not just 38, but 39 this weekend. We've seen a couple others get through 38, but she went out there and went strong in that first round, looking good on the opening pass there, 13 meters.
Yes, going in with plenty of strength and determination out there on the course. That is Jamie Ball from Canada, the current and 2-time World Women's Slalom Champion. And there we see a view of Neely Ross, who is the current leader at this point. And she's staying around the dockside because she knows that that as good as her score of 1 at 10.75 meters is, it still has a chance of being beaten.
Or tied. I think she's hanging
yes.
around there on the starting dock in the event that Jamie doesn't like to look at one ball, doesn't want to risk it, and ends up standing up, and they end up in a runoff. I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got a couple of passes before we're worrying about that, but Neely doing the right thing, keeping her head in the game. You don't want to check out and say, I'm on the podium, or I might win, or I'm second, and kind of lose sight of the fact that you might have to take to the water again. We see that very frequently these days. A lot of these events the podium might be split by one buoy or even a half a buoy. So it's a neck-and-neck battle. Jamie knows what she needs, but that also means that she knows not to take a big risk if she's not happy with her approach to one ball at 39, assuming she gets there. So, second pass now, 12 meters, 35 off. We've seen it cause a little bit of trouble for some. Let's see what it means for Jamie. That's a nice-looking gate right there, and a good one, and a solid 2. She's off to the races now, looking good mid-course.
12 meters there for
staying
for
strong, staying committed. Yep.
And gets it done, gets the job done.
No room for doubt in that pass right there. Beautiful 12-meter pass from the ocean end. And here she goes. We are going to go down, cut to 11. Let's take a look at this. Looked to me like Jamie's probably the highest on the gate and had the most energetic, drop into her direction and swing up into 1. And that, I think, set her up here for the great 1-2 that she had. As soon as she's off the backside of that 2, she knows the conditions are tricky, but she knows 35 off 12 meters. She's got plenty of line on her side. Just kind of take some mistake-free skiing. Don't rush anything. And, you see her execute really, really well here all the way through the end.
All right, Jamie Ball getting 2 passes under her belt, and we do have a tie for at 4 at 11.25 meters between Ali Garcia and Ali Nicholson. Ali Nicholson.
Here let me see your calves turn.
Are they looking better?
Yeah, we don't have any ties as of yet. We got Neely out there in the lead with 1. And
my bad.
Yep.
So we do have a 5 buoy count at 11.25 meters for Ali Nicholson. That currently puts her in second spot right now. Neely Ross is your leader with 1 at 10.75 meters. Currently in third spot is Ali Garcia.
That's
with 4 on 11.25 meters. Now, this is now 11.25 meters.
Any piece of 5 for the podium. I know Jamie's thinking completely about running it here. Little bit slow off a 2, but powers down. Great 3 ball right here. Looking in command off a 4.
And just look at this. Absolutely smashing this pass.
Very decisive 38 right there. So she can do no worse than second. Now here's where it gets interesting. We've seen a little bit of, we've seen some tricky starts here. But Jamie, you know, no stranger to running 39. She knows what she needs to do here is get a gait that really just allows her to rotate back to the handle safely. She can long pull to 2, kind of like you see skiers do to 6 sometimes, get that ski outside at all and take the title. You know, we'll see what her thought process is as she gets ready to come back in. But right here, just a very confident 38 off pass. She gets a slight stall there at 2, but really lays the power into it. Coming into 3. Fully committed at 3, beautiful turn. And, you know, here she is, just kind of some course management. She knows she's running ahead of the game. And just, you know, nice, solid finish here. Easy around 6. Takes it right out the exit gate there. And here it is. We are moments away from finding out how everything plays out here in the women's event. 1 is the lead. Any piece of 2 will take the win. A full 1 would force a runoff scenario. We can see Will Asher already getting ready on the men's side. He's a syndicate teammate with Jamie. He's counting on her to take care of business here, take the win, and let him take to the water shortly. But here we go. Here we go. We are going to find out.
Here we go. For all the marbles.
Any piece of 2 for the win.
All right, here
What
we
is
go.
she going to do with this gate in 1?
Coming in, 10.75 meters. Let's see what a setup looks like. There's number 1.
And
does she
long
get a
pull
piece
to
of number 2?
Gets
she
outside
gets
of
the
it.
piece of 2, and she is your winner.
There it is, right there. Smart skiing.
Your Royal Nautique Pro Women's Slalom winner with a score of 2 at 10.75 meters from Canada, Jamie Bull.
Oh, I think there's the prize there. I think the winner gets a watch. I think we're going to see that here shortly when we check in with Zane in a few moments. But very smart skiing for Jamie right there. I think, you know, we saw a different approach on the gate than if she was trying to run it. Saw a safe 1 ball, and now she's landed herself on the top of the podium, followed by Neely Ross in 2nd and Allie Nicholson in 3rd place.
All right there. So Canada gold on the shoulders of Jamie Bull. There's
that slow one, but here's that power. She knows, just get that ski around, and she does a great job right there.
And she S-turns with the best of them. Look at
Yep,
that.
onside S-turn, not so easy. She didn't have to get the full 2, but might as well. It's a great feeling right there. Congrats to Jamie. One final look. Man, here we go. Look at that power. That's all systems go for 2 ball right there. Great job, Jamie Bull.
There you go.
And with that, we are going to send it down to Zane with our winner.
All right. Hey, guys, I'm here dockside with our podium finishers. We got Jamie over here talking to Will, giving him a little bit of advice for his run here, but we'll talk to the 2nd and 3rd place here. So congratulations, ladies, making the podium. Hope you had a good time in Morocco.
Oh, a great time in Morocco, yeah. I mean, last year was a huge party. This year is a huge party. I'm really looking forward to tonight. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think this is Neely's first time in Morocco, so, you know, we'll show her what it's about tonight.
Well, Neely, congratulations. Come out, huge score. Got yourself a 2nd place. Are you looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, I'm psyched. Every single day here has been amazing. Honestly, this has probably been my favorite trip so far in my entire water skiing career. This tournament's been so much fun. I've had a great time. I'm looking forward to the rest of the event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting down with you guys later tonight too. So congratulations. And now over here to our new champion, Jamie Bull. Yeah. Awesome skiing out there. You knew you needed to get a piece of 2 ball. Got the 1, got over there, got the 2, and secured the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty. I mean, look at my legs right now. Like, it's really, really choppy out there. Like, well, obviously way better than yesterday, but it's just like that, the like mix of a head current and tailwind and vice versa, like creating those waves. And then the current's the strongest I've skied at. So the tail current feels pretty nice. Like 11 felt great, but the like head current 35, I didn't even turn my ski on the gate because it's just that head current is just like, feels like I'm skiing through mud. So at 10.7, I knew I needed a piece of 2. So I was like, okay, just get your ski rotated on the gate. Take a chill 1 and just pull the 2. Like, today was about winning and nothing more than that. So I was like, safe one, get to 2. I got it done. I'm in safe and happy to take the title. But yeah, it's crazy conditions out there, different for everyone. So yeah, grateful to get it done today.
Yeah, and because you won, I can't give it to you now, but I'll show you. This is what you got yourself.
Oh my goodness.
And so for everybody at home, you can see Jamie's new watch that she will be receiving at the award ceremony. So congratulations. I'll lock it up, make sure I take care of it and get it off the dock so that we can get it to you. But huge congrats to you, and enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
There you go, the spoils of victory. A nice little Tudor watch there for Jamie Ball as we have a look at the slalom leaderboard one last time for the women. We've got Jamie Ball, your winner, ahead of Neely Ross and ahead of Ali Nicholson, followed on by Ali Garcia, Vanessa Veek, Brooke Baldwin, and Manon Costar. And in a moment, we should have the points so far in the Waterski Pro Tour for the women's slalom event, the season-long tour standings. Jamie Ball on 197 has a pretty healthy lead at this time, ahead of Ali Nicholson on 116, 1 point ahead of Neely Ross on 115, Vanessa Veek with 113 in fifth, Ali Garcia. And you can see the remaining standings in the women's slalom event on the Waterski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com. That's waterskiprotour.com. So we've got men's slalom coming up in just a few minutes right here on this webcast of the Royal Nautique Pro, as we have a look at the wonderful scenery that we have here, and we also see the men's starting order. And Corey Vaughan, you are the last gear out. So with that in mind, we thank you very much for your kind words and analysis. But it's time for you to go.
It's time for me to go. I'm signing off. Time to go suit up and have some fun out there on the river. So thanks for letting me sit with you, Tony. And I'll be seeing you guys next from the dockside.
All right, then. All right, and a reminder that the Skier of the Day voting is still continuing on as we get ready to bring on our first competitor in the men's slalom final. 12-meter start for Will Asher as he makes his way towards the Muhammad, the sixth tower end. As we see Scott Greenwood, our boat driver, at the helm. And his passenger in the judge's seat is Mayan Person. So, coming to us from Belgium. Okay, so there we've got our champion in the women's competition. I'm sure that she'll enjoy that Tudor watch. Last season, Ali Nicholson also won herself a watch as well, a champion of the Marrakesh Pro. And there's Scott Greenwood getting the boat set up for the first pass for Will Asher. So, working our way down the order. In the men's slalom, Will Asher will be our lead-off skier, followed by Jonathan Travers, Jaime Palomino, Adam Sattermeyer, Freddie Winter, Thomas de Gasperi, Nate Smith, and finally Corey Vaughan. So, a great spectacle here on the Bouragag River in Rabat, the nation's capital of Morocco, that has not only welcomed. We'll have a look and see what Will can do on pass number 1 on 12 meters. The defending champion from the Marrakesh Pro last season. It's looking strong with the opener. And some great athleticism there on the opening pass of 12 meters. 11.25 meters comes along. as we take another majestic look at that bridge towards the end of pass number 1, the Hassan, the second bridge. Rob Hazelwood, unfortunately eliminated from contention in this competition in the earlier rounds. And there we see Scott Greenwood. So just waiting on him to straighten out the boat. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds drop time on each end. As JT, maybe not the most flattering look we've seen of him so far in this competition. But he's just trying to get himself situated physically and mentally going into this men's slalom final. He'll be our second athlete to take to the water, member of the syndicate team. And riding the same ski that Will Asher is on right now, the Works 1. Let's see how things shape up for Will Asher on 11.25 meters. Good. Oh, a handle up high. Really needing to recover. Oh, and he goes down on 11.25 meters. And not the best of starts there for Will Asher. So in the water so soon into this men's slalom final. And it's certainly not what the doctor ordered so far as Will Asher is concerned. We'll take a look at the instant replay in just a moment. Certainly the tidal activity is still very much in influence here. We are almost at low tide at this point. But he gets around number 1 and number 2, and unfortunately that ski riding up over the line as he looked to exit buoy number 2. All right, so Will Asher there as we now get ready for Jonathan Travers to take to the water with our second skier out.
Okay.
Now, Jonathan Travers didn't exactly have the easiest of journeys to make it through to this round of the competition. But he is certainly more than made up for it. He certainly redeemed himself in round number 2, and he's skied himself into contention here. He scored 3.5 at 10.75 meters in round number 2, having scored 1.5 at 11.25 meters in round number 1. So he's really had to battle back, and I'm sure that he will want to take this task on by the horns. I'm sure a good many of you folks that are watching, some of you are watching from Sunset Lakes around about now. It would be a pretty early viewing time for you, around about 5 o'clock in the morning. A little after that time, as we take a look at a beautiful Royal Nautique Club facility, where we see our band striking up. So now, getting ready on pass, on his pass number 2, I believe. It's going to be Jonathan Travers. He's run through 12. Oh, yeah, he's coming in on 13 meters. So Jonathan Travers yet to clear his opening pass, deciding to go in on 30 meters, not risking going in on the 12 as our previous skier Will Asher did. Just trying to work his way cagily through the opening pass. And nicely done, 30 meters, no worries there for him as he proceeds on. So, with that in mind, let's send it on over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Will Asher. Tricky conditions today?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the joy of going out first. You're a little bit of the crash test dummy. You know, I tested and crashed, I guess. I mean, we don't know what's happening really with the current. You can see it with the girls. But I think when it's low tide, it just has way more power. It just felt, I feel like the speed was the same yesterday, but the way it felt on the water was completely different. So.
Well, I mean, I know you've kind of had a tough weekend. You've been dealing with something with your foot, and, you know, it seems like it's getting a little bit better. Hopefully, you know, we get you 100% for next weekend.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I mean, pain's pain. You can always deal with pain, whatever.
Well, for everybody back at home, I don't know if you know, but this is one of the toughest dudes I know. And, man, I look forward to watching you ski later on in the Pro Tour. So right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Zane. Thanks a lot, Will, as we continue to roll right along here. We've got Jonathan Travers. He's run his opening pass, and the three beeps have now sounded from the zero-off speed control system, and signaling that a minute and 10 has expired on that end. Let's see what he can do with pass number 2. It's going to be 12 meters. There's number 1. Just trying to keep in some semblance of rhythm out there. Very close there on number 5, but making it round buoy number 6 without too much in the way of problems. So as the tide continues to fall here on the Burageg River, we see our next competitor, Jaime Palomino, go through his motions on the dock, trying to just get mentally focused towards the task in hand. We're at the Mohammed the 6 tower end. It's the third tallest tower in Africa. It stands at 250 meters high, 55 floors. It'll soon have a luxury hotel, office spaces, high-end apartments, and an observatory at the top of that tower. And certainly an architectural marvel by all stretches of the imagination. So, looks like our boat is just trying to maneuver its way towards the slalom course. There's a minute and 10 waiting time on this end as well. Jonathan Travers, 2 passes to the good right now, 13 and 12. 11.25 meters is coming on up, needing more than 1.5 to take the lead, but he probably knows that something well in excess of that is going to be needed in order for him to stay ahead of the pack that'll be trying to chase that score down, whatever it happens to be. Here we go, Jonathan Travers, there's 1. He fell on this buoy 2 rounds ago, but not this time. Look at him go, round number 4, good power, good precision, and 11.25 meters in the bag for Jonathan Travers. So great competitive action there from Jonathan Travers. Now 3 passes under his belt, and he'll be skiing against the head current. For pass number 4, it's going to be attempted on 10.75 meters. A skier that is has gone into 10.25 meters on a whole slew of occasions. Would sincerely love to be able to get through 10.75 meters with the next passer to come. Going from one side of the course to the next in very rapid fashion, just getting it dialed in behind the boat and looking strong. Attracting a good amount of people here watching along the shore side here at the Royal Nautique Club on the Salé side of the Bourregeg River. Coming in, pass number 4. 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Let's see what he has. Coming in, there's number 1. Not a bad start. Round number 2, always wheelies up on 2. He gets 2, and 2 buoys at 10.75 meters is the score that he has. But it is good enough for the lead at this time. But is it going to be enough for him to maintain the lead for any considerable amount of time? Skier coming up next, we're seeing Jaime Palomino. So looking at this instant replay again, it's a head current for him approaching this course. Gets a decent turn on number 1. Nothing terribly detrimental about that turn, but just couldn't really get the ski finished off at the tail end of that turn enough for him to really have a serious challenge towards buoy number 3. We're looking at the instant replay from the boat once again. Keeping everything going in the right direction, but bringing the handle high and up on the inside. And that just stalled his speed and his position towards the back of the ski. And unfortunately there for Jonathan Travers, it's a 2 buoy count.
Come on, Greenie. Let's do it.
All right, jumping in. Our third skier out is Jaime Palomino, and he'll be going in on 30 meters. So between Jonathan Travers and Jaime Palomino, not going with the 12-meter start strategy that was exhibited for us by Will Asher. So at this time, your leader is Jonathan Travers. And with that in mind, let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Jonathan Travers. I want to start off by saying Happy Father's Day, dude.
Thank you, man. Hey, Dad at home, the original JT, Happy Father's Day, buddy.
Yeah, shout out to Jack. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Dude, you're looking great out there. I know you and I had talked a little bit after the first round, and we kind of talked about your gait a little bit. It looked like you've kind of changed something up, and your starts are much better.
Yeah, it felt better for sure, Zane, round 2 in this final round. First of all, I had a lot of fun. That's the first thing, and it's challenging as hell out there. And, you know, I've not been very consistent on the challenging waters, so I'm just really happy to go out there and run some passes and feel confident in myself for the rest of the season. And, you know, it was just a lot of fun, and especially with Greenie in the boat and, you know, cool place. It was just, you know, Camille and his family, thank you again.
Yeah, well, dude, you're great skiing. I've enjoyed hanging out with you this weekend. I look forward to kind of getting after it tonight, and, man, we'll see how the rest of the season goes.
Yeah, thanks, Zane.
All right, well, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you once again. And there we see in the background there the full curvatures of the Grand Theatre of Rabat, contrasted with the rather straight and aggressive lines of the Nautique towboat that's heading in towards the course. from one extreme to the other. Here we go. We've got Jaime Palomino, 13 meters. Loading up in towards buoy number 4. 5 doesn't look too bad. A little bit of a shoulder charge into number 6, however, but managing to get the job done with his opener. That is Jaime Palomino from Mexico. Here is our current leaderboard. Jonathan Travers, your leader, with 2 at 10.75. Will Asher with 1.5 at 11.25 meters. For those of you that are watching tournament water skiing for the first time, and this, the Royal Nautique Pro in the city of Rabat, the nation's capital for the Kingdom of Morocco. We basically run passes on ever-decreasing shortenings. The course width is 11.5 meters wide, and we have varying line length shortenings from 13 meters all the way down to 9.75 meters. And obviously, when the line gets shortened down to the likes of 10.75 meters or 10.25 meters, you quickly realize that you don't have enough rope for it to reach out to buoy's width from where the driver sends the boat down the middle of the course. As our driver, Scott Greenwood, has a brief and an abridged conversation with the local paramilitary police force in that rib down towards the end. He's bringing Jaime Palomino into the course on 12. Oh, getting broken over off buoy number 2, but manages to get straight back into his technique. There's 4, there's 5, and there is number 6 on 12 meters. A pretty dicey moment there around buoy number 2 for Jaime Palomino, as he shortens down at the Mohammed, the 6 tower end. There we see Adam Sadomeyer just trying to get all the nervousness out of his system. And I'm sure it probably won't be helped if he ever got to saw the instant replay of Jaime Palomino. Gets a good start off buoy number 1 on his weak side turn. Now on his strong side turn, he almost overloaded it, as a matter of fact, and needed to kind of check himself going into number 3, but managed to use his strength and technique to get really back into the picture, and scores a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. Now getting ready for 11.25 meters. So a lot of things going on in the background. We just saw Thomas de Gasperi there pacing up and down. He'll be competing in about 3 skiers from now. There we see the Tour leaderboard. Rob Hazelwood on 80 points, but not a part of this final. Freddie Winter trying to make up for some lost time. He's second in the points standings right now for the men's slalom on the Waterski Pro Tour, and he can certainly do plenty depending on how good he skis in this final. But in the meantime, here's Jaime Palomino. This is 11.25 meters, and he just absolutely stomps it. Yeah. It's a 6 buoy count on pass number 3, 11.25 meters. Sensational skiing there. And really setting that ski off really deep into buoy number 1, allowing for it to fully turn and get cross-course angle. Now, I don't know if any of the skiers have been tempted to use an adjustment to their fin settings or even their foil settings to compensate for the current and the wind and the waves out there. But it certainly wouldn't surprise me if someone like Jaime Palomino made that adjustment between the first and second rounds and the final. He's certainly enjoying life out there on the water at this time, and so too is Scott Greenwood, along with Marianne Pesson, our driver and judge in that towboat. So we just heard 2 beeps, and we should be hearing the 3 beeps. Yep, that's the one, and mash the throttle down, sir. There you go. The lead is 2 at 10.75 meters, courtesy of Jonathan Travers. We have 5 skiers to go after Jaime Palomino. And Jaime Palomino eager to put out a score that will take the lead. There's number 1. There is number 2, and will not get outside number 3. So we have a 2-way tie for the lead. A 2-way tie for the lead with 2 at 10.75 meters. And that could raise an interesting development going forwards. With 2 skiers tied at 2.2 at 10.75 meters, the potential of a runoff for the win is certainly there. But we have to wait to see what the other skiers can produce as Jaime Palomino returns to the dock with 2 at 10.75 meters. So, and in respect to that 2-way tie, if that 2-way tie exists all the way towards the end and ends up being the lead score, then a runoff will ensue. But if that tie is for a position other than the win, then Jaime Palomino has the backup score, has the superior backup score by having a better seeding going into the final round. So that's the plus side of Jaime's tied score with Jonathan Travers. But we'll see how things shape up with our next competitor, former world overall men's slalom champion and former European men's slalom champion. This is Adam Saddlemeyer. So working his way towards that beautiful structure towards the end there, the Muhammad, the 6th tower. Certainly a lot of tremendous scenery around this venue, and we'll send it on over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Jaime Palomino, dude. Second final on the pro tour, and 2 at 10.7. That's a pretty good score.
I mean, honestly, the river is really rough right now, and I'm just happy to ski in the final with this big guy. So honestly, super pumped, and I'm happy. I couldn't ask for more.
Well, you keep saying the big guys, but dude, you're in the final. You are one of the big guys. You know, you just got to start telling yourself that.
I'm gonna try. But yeah, no, super happy, and can't wait to see the other ski. And yeah, it's rough out there, so it's gonna be fun.
And I think you got one more round coming up here after this, and for the newcomers that are skiing, and look forward to getting you one more rip out there.
Yeah, bring it on. Let's do it.
All right, dude. Well, go rest up for a minute, and we'll see you back in just a little bit. But right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And I'm being joined here at the announcing booth here by Rob Hazelwood. How you doing?
I'm doing very good, thank you. I'd like it to be known that he literally told me 2 days ago, I'm not your competitor, tell me everything. And he went and whooped my ass all weekend, so.
All right, then.
All right, we have Adam Saddlemeyer. I watched him in practice coming in here, 13 meters, 32 off. He looked phenomenal. And he's kind of looked that way all weekend. Ski sitting super, super deep. And it is choppy out there right now. It is
quite a few bumps out there, and a lot of those bumps generated by the wind, but also a little bit by the tidal swell that should be resolving itself fully within the next few minutes. The time right now is 10:44 in the morning, and we are about an hour away from experiencing a total low tide.
So it seems like it's not getting any better, and it's most definitely getting worse right now. It seems to be something along the differences between high tide and low tide. It seems like when we get towards low tide, obviously the suck is coming from the sea, and it's almost like, it's a smart word because I heard it from Will, it's like a Venturi effect. Everything is just getting sucked out so aggressively all the way to the finish. And it almost seems like it just gets, you would think it would get lighter as it gets closer to low tide, but almost like it's harder and getting worse. And I think we're almost getting that effect that we got with the women yesterday, where the current is aggressively going one way and the wind is very buildingly aggressively going the other way, and it's just creating chop and not nice conditions.
The Venturi effect, huh? Now that tells me that he's been spending way too much time at the Syndicate factory.
Unfortunately, never been there. That's just speaking to smarter people than me, which isn't very hard. But yeah, I mean, I think Jaime did an absolutely incredible job. He's looked good all weekend. You know, he just looked strong. He looked confident, and I think he made it look a lot easier than what it probably should. And you see Sledge there on his first pass. There's a lot of bounce. There's a lot of chop there, and it'll be interesting to see how Adam deals with this here. This gate timing can be tricky, but getting a nice gate there, looking really good. Strong start to one ball. His two balls had problems, but he's out of it easy peasy.
There you go, just planting that ski deep in the water there off number 4.
That's kind of that 4 ball there, that little bit, not bad enough of a turn to cause problems, but bad enough to kind of be a little straight into that 5 ball, and that's the feeling that no one likes. And I think something that a lot of these guys are going to be struggling with is we've all had probably 3 sets on the river, including practice now. This would be the 4th, and all of the other 3, the tide has been going the complete opposite way. So this is kind of, you pretty much got to dump every single feeling that you've had out of the last 3 sets and relearn, you know, because we've all got used to that tide going the other way in the men, and look at that ski chop there at 4. And it's just trying to almost forget those feelings. And if anything, all week, that 35 has been the easiest pass of the lot, and now that did not look like the move there. But he's in here. He's got the 38. This should be probably a slightly easier direction than the 39 or the 35, so I'll be intrigued to see how he puts it down. It's probably one of the most beautiful buildings I've seen.
Some beautiful curvatures there with the Grand Theatre of Rabat, and there we go, the Hassan Tower, which is part of an unfinished mosque that was supposedly built in the 12th century. Instead, we have 348 columns there that would have provided the support for it, but unfortunately, what is left is the Hassan Tower, which is a minaret.
It's beautiful. We went there yesterday, and it's a beautiful place, and I think it shows kind of the amazing culture of the country that we're in. But all right, let's see. 38 off here for Adam Saddlemeyer. He's going to be in a slight tail current, getting a beautiful start to that 1. That's the start that he needs. There
2.
You go. He's out of 2. You can see everything's just 3. A little bit slower on this pass here. A little bit
4.
of bounce into 4. Beautiful 4. Will he get out of the 5? A little bit safe, but he gets out of that easy.
Whoa, hello.
Nearly getting a little tripped up at that 6. But, I mean, that's the difference right now. There's almost I would almost go out and say there's almost a pass difference in the directions. So if you can get yourself through that 35 in that so confusing with the downwind into current. I mean, that 38 looked way easier than the 35, even with that chop. That's phenomenal skiing there from Sledge, and I'm gonna probably call it now that I think the winner, if these conditions stay the same, I think that winner is going to need to find a way to get through that 38 in the opposite direction, that Adam's going to need to take this 39 in now, because this next direction is challenging. Look at that chop there at that 5 ball, but these are some strong guys, and
having to overextend himself to get round 6.
Yeah, needed to be strong there, I'll tell you that. But these are some strong guys, and they can take the chop, they can take the conditions, but that far end is not looking easy. I had a quick conversation with Will after his set, and he's like, man, I think if you gave me 100 attempts, I'm not getting out of that 2 ball. And that was a 38.
I couldn't do it.
So it'll be intriguing to see the tactics that come into play, and I think this is probably going to be one of the most exciting finals that we've seen all year, sorry.
All right. So,
and there's a lot of points on the line. I'm very quickly going to go down that list because I think it's almost 50 points for 5th. So I shall not be wearing the blue bib for very long. But anyway, not about me. Let's see.
Here we go.
Adam Saddlemeyer coming in 39. You see him bouncing on that gate down there. He's had his minute 10. Let's see what he can put down. Gate time is going to be critical here. He's going to need to keep the speed as he moves into the head current. Gets a little bit slow. Beautiful
That's
one.
the number 1.
That's the best one we've seen
That's
today.
number
Gets
2.
out of the 2.
He's
Is he
there.
going to get the 3? He does, and he's going.
What has he got? He's
Oh!
He certainly went for it. He didn't leave much to chance.
That is huge. 3.5 in those conditions, getting a round of applause from all of the skiers. I mean, that is just phenomenal skiing. He's saying what you probably saw there, but I think he's going to watch back and he's going to sit at the end of this and go, that was some very, very good skiing. That puts him in. Does that put him in a guaranteed 4th right now? Maybe 5th.
We've got 4 skiers to go, so that puts him as the leader at this time, a guaranteed 5th. But
I mean, phenomenal skiing. That one ball to get the ski to release in this head current, especially with that tail chop. I mean, he's just found something this weekend. And like I said, I watched him in practice, and he looked very, very good from the offset, back-to-back 38, easy as you like. And I should have probably called my number there, and I mean is that going to prove me wrong that the winner of the day is going to go out there on 35?
All right, so is this a performance that earns your vote for skier of the day? Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and put your vote in there. Rob Hazelwood is going to do that right now. He's going to vote.
I'm going to vote for myself. I think I was valiant at my 5 at 38, throwing the fist when I didn't go around it. Oh gosh! And gets a little lucky there. Drops the handle on that ski. Hope there's nothing getting beat. But there you see, it's tricky. You got to almost wrangle yourself around in this current. You see Freddie there grabbing the rope, even just to get your back foot in. When that current is pulling the opposite way to the boat, it's just a challenge. And we have the
12-meter start.
12-meter start. So this is going to be the first 12 we've had since Will. That's a very, very confident call, and I think Sledge getting down that 38 Sledge getting deeper down that 39 has probably given him some confidence to make that call. And I mean, looking over my shoulder right now, it's very hard to see. I mean, the tails on the boys have probably reduced that little bit actually. That current looks maybe a little bit calmer than it was about 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, because right now it's going to start to slacken off. This is the extent of the low tide right now.
You would hope, but it's done the opposite yesterday. So let's send it over to Zane and see who he's got.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Adam Saddlemeyer. Dude, put yourself in the lead. Nice skiing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy. You know, would I have wanted to do more? Sure. I mean, but that's the case with every set I'm out there, right? You always feel like there's more potential. Definitely a little bit challenging. You know, you have that current and the headwind kind of coming in together, creating a little bit of a chop, making it interesting. And I'm happy. Yeah, my goal was to not ski tentative, which is what I did yesterday. You know, I was really focusing on just skiing like it's a normal any other day, and I was having a hard time with that on my earlier passes. 38, it came together pretty confident to 38, and yeah, just a little funky.
Well, dude, great skiing. I'm happy for you. You look like you're having fun. Also, one other thing, happy Father's Day, dude.
Yeah.
I know everybody back home is probably wishing it to you, but great skiing, and we look forward to seeing you at the other events.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Let's go surf.
Yeah, let's go do some surfing, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. Freddie Winter, 12 meters, a calculated risk here. Let's see what he's got. There's 3.
Looking incredibly good here through the start of this pass.
Fantastic skiing, aggressive right from the get-go, and there we go. That is Freddie Winter. 6 buoys on the opening pass at 12 meters. He'll come back at 11.25 meters.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like that. That was some very good skiing there from Freddie, and it almost looks like Sledge, I think, got the biggest score of the day, and almost looks like he had maybe the worst wind conditions of the day. But that tide is definitely dropped right now. You can see if you look at the tails that those boys create with the tide. Definitely just looking a little bit shorter, a little bit easier. I'm sure someone sat somewhere with a better view than me and disagreeing, but it looks like that tide is starting to slow down, and I think that could create a little bit more opportunity for some bigger scores here. I'm excited to see if we can get someone else through that 39, and I sure hope if Corey Vaughn is listening right now, I want to see a fist throw if someone wants 39. You know, I want to see someone get down that. I want to see someone get pumped, because you run a 39 on this river, especially today, then You've done a very, very good job.
And there you see in the foreground there, Corey Vaughan, the current course record holder, with his score into 10.25 meters in round
Phenomenal
number one.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, definitely possible, and I think it's out there for everyone now. But just to be able to get through that and survive all 6 boys on 39 is some seriously good skiing. All right, so 38 off coming up next, or 11.25 meters as Scott Greenwood mashes down that throttle. The man of the hour. Have you ever seen that man not smile? I've never seen it. All right, 38 this way. Last time we saw it was Will. He couldn't get out of the 2-ball. Conditions do seem better. Let's see what Freddie can do. Beautiful move through that one. That's how we're used to seeing Freddie move. There you go. Out of 2.
Look at this.
Yeah, this is looking very, very strong from Freddie. Getting towards the choppier end of the lake, but looking very good. Oh, a little bit of loose line out of that 5, but all manageable. And yeah, and I think that's... Sorry, the downwind, not upwind. It's just so tricky out there. You know, like you see that chop start to build by the end of the course, and that ski start to chatter, and it's the changeability of those conditions that make it so challenging. You sit down there at the end of the lake, you're getting pulled by the boat so you don't hit the metal barricade, and so many sensations going on. You see now how they keep that boat straight. They're pulling him close so that he doesn't get too close to those pre-gates. And it's just so much going on.
And now we're about to see 10.75 meters from the opposite direction for the first time.
Predictions?
Prediction. I'm probably gonna predict that he nails this one.
I think 6 boys. I mean, he's done the work there, right? The current seems to have dropped a lot. You know, we keep talking about this current, and we're going to, because it's the biggest thing at play. It's not that rolly out there. The banks are pretty well set for this event. But the wind chop and the current are the 2 things that we're going to see a lot move up and down today. But it seems like Freddie's hit a little bit of a lull in both. And if anything, if that current does get up, it is going to be a tail current, which is probably going to be the most favorable of the 2 from speaking to most people this weekend. So he's done everything he needs to do to set himself up for this 39. Now all he's got to do is hold on and have fun, you know?
All right, now he's got to ski in excess of 3.5 on 39.5 off 10.75 meters to take the lead away from Adam Saddlemeyer. Now the boat works its way up to 36 miles an hour, or 58k, as he pulls out and tries to keep good line tension into his turn.
A little bit slow on that gate there. That might catch him up. Oh, loose line out of 1. He's going to be fighting. Gets a little hiccup out of 2 as well. He's back in it at 3. Gets towards the better end of the lake. Big 4. He needs the 5 to get out of it. Oh, he gets pulled up. Is he going to get the 6? He does.
There
that
you
go! 6 boys at 39. The second person all weekend we have seen through that 39 offline length. Fantastic skiing there from Freddie.
Did you see the effort that he made throughout the entire pass to keep the tail of that ski in the water?
Yeah, and then it's in fairness, it's the one thing that hasn't been happening too often is that fin blow. The hardest thing, and you see here through this one, the tail is getting stuck. So he gets a little bit slow on this gate into that headwind, and just you see here that tail just doesn't quite move, so he gets moved into that loose line through the finish. Gets kind of a similar thing at 2. Ski gets stuck behind him, but then makes a fantastic move. He needed that aggression at 3. You see that tail slip. You see him finally get freedom. He gets the same thing at 4, gets aggressive, back on it, and he is early as you like into 5. Plenty of time to look at all that chop. Nearly mess it up, but manages to reach for that 6. And fantastic skiing there from Freddie. And that is what I want to see. I want to see a Fisto. That's very incredible skiing there to get out there. We have a course record set at 2. Wind is just picking up. That 2-ball is going to be, and the 1-ball. And everything is going to get choppy. A little bit of a gust coming through here. But let's see what he can do.
I don't know what to write.
Yeah, that 1-ball down there, it's probably the most open and lonely you feel of the whole course. So it's a little bit tricky, but let's see him come in.
Here we go. Here comes Freddie Winter. 10.25 meters. Only the second time that we've seen this line length in the entirety of this competition. There's 1. Gets blown over the tip of his ski. Does he get the 2? Yeah! Good skiing there from Freddie Winter.
Absolutely fantastic skiing there from Freddie. I thought he was going to try hold it, but I think we've kind of had some rules issues going on all week, so glad he didn't try to hold it and maybe get himself and the boat in trouble. But fantastic skiing there from Freddie. Gets around the 2-ball, and let's see that again. That 1-ball is incredibly challenging. Let's see if he gets around that 2. Let's just double check here. But look at that same thing. Oh, getting that hit out of 1. Very, very, very impressive to get around the 2. And, I mean, with the tailwind, no matter what that current's doing, there was absolutely zero chance of him getting back to that gate with the line, obviously. But that's fantastic skiing there from Freddie.
So just to remind our good folks out there watching for the first time, what is the rule in respect to that?
Just noticed there he got very slow on that gate, which probably didn't help here. Oh, my gosh. But essentially, you're not allowed to. You see here how he skis straight behind the boat? That's not allowed. So if he'd have taken the hit there and held it, that no matter if he holds it or not, that is not a legal move. Awesome to see the crowd there giving Freddie some applause. Cool to see lots of people lining up the... Is it the yacht club? Are we in the Royal Nautique Club?
Royal Nautique Club, Beauregard.
Yeah, it's awesome to see plenty of people out and watching and supporting out there. Freddie soaking in the crowd. But yeah, so essentially if you do that and he'd have taken the hit behind the boat, the rule got changed because people were trying to take the hit and pinging the rope into the boat directly. So you have to, I don't know what the word is, the rule is word for word, but I think essentially you've got to ski away again, take the hit outside the middle of the wakes, and then come back in. But yeah, it's a good rule. It keeps everyone safe, skier and driver alike. But let's send it over to Zane and see who he has.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Freddie Winter. Before you went out, you said, do I play it tentative or do I be the hero? And, I said, let's be a hero. You said, let's be a hero. It looks like it worked out for you.
Well, I don't know if I'm the hero or not, but I mean, yeah, I didn't want to. I was sitting here, I'm going, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do. And then I'm like, I didn't sit in bed for 6 months last year to not go and give it a go and go for a win. I've had a lot of podiums. I want to win this thing, and I don't know if that's going to be enough. Wish I had the full 2, but the plan I had was good, and it worked out. So whatever happens, I'm happy. And yeah, let's see what happens.
Well, man, great skiing. I'm happy for you. It looked great. It was fun to watch, and I look forward to seeing you at some other events later this summer.
Yes, sir. I'll be there.
Well, perfect. Well, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, fantastic there from Freddie and
leg or no leg. That's some very impressive skiing.
Yeah.
We'll give him that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I think I think that's just good skiing out there. He had the decision, and that's what makes it. Everyone sits in that dock with that same decision, and to have the knickknacks to go sit there, decide on it, and go get it done is probably the best feeling in sports. And even if he doesn't win, I mean, he's left the door maybe ajar, you could call it. I'm not saying open, but ajar. He was going to feel good that he made the decision, stuck to it, and it worked. Oh, see that chop there at 1-ball. T-Gas fighting it. Oh, a little bit more than we saw Freddie.
Electing to go with 13 meters as opposed to Freddie, who went in on 12.
Yeah, I think it's tricky. Just got to take a quick look over my shoulder. It seems like the tide is not all but gone, but it's definitely mellowed out. I think we're getting the skiers towards the end of this list are definitely getting the preferable conditions, even though the wind is probably up. The tide looks very, very still, and I think we're heading, like you say, towards low tide, and it seems like the river is playing nice, which is always good to see. Cause
yeah, it's nice when Mother Nature kind of cooperates.
Yeah, it knows it's an important event. It knows that top seas deserve to get some good conditions. So let's see if she can stay nice for a couple more skiers. But T-Gas there going out at 32. I don't know what move I would make, honestly. Right now, looking out there, current's gone, but the water looks mighty nasty. The wind, we're starting to see those dark ripples pull up on the river, which mean we're hitting some gusts. And hopefully it starts to die down for T-Gas as he gets towards those shorter lines. But right now it is tough out there. And I think T-Gas I honestly think the call probably doesn't matter. I think no matter whether you go 32 or 35, you have to do some very, 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 very strong skiing to get down it, no matter the direction that you're at. And And I think Tigas is he's done this long enough, and he knows, hey, I may regret this decision, but I think at the end of the day, head or tail, it's going to take some very good skiing to get down it. Sledge nearly did it with probably more current, so it's definitely possible. All right, Tigas coming in, 35 off. Let's see what he can put down here.
Okay, good angle through the entrance gates. Nicely skied there on the first third of the course. Halfway down now, just skiing in towards the handle. 2/3 of the way down. Round number 3, 4, 5, and number 6. Yes. Not the tidiest of runs that he'll ever complete on that particular line length, but he'll take it.
Very quiet though, very well skied. The one thing with Tigas is, it always gets bored up, right? Tigas is that his edition of ski is very wide, so it's very bitey. It's very stable.
It's wide on one side.
It's wide on the whole thing's wide. If you measure it with a tape measure, it's a lot wider than ours. So it's wide. I know it's asymmetrical, but at the end of the day, it's a very wide ski, right? So you end up with a lot more bite. You end up with a lot more aggression, and it's one thing you see with Tigas. He always does a very good job of staying central. He has a short support, but it's a wide one. So you see there, he just has to try and keep his body calm. He's got to make the right moves. He's got to make the right path, but let the ski do a little bit more of the skiing compared to, say, Freddie, who is a lot more aggressive on that initiation back in and moving through. There we see the beautiful
mausoleum to Muhammad V.
We went in there yesterday. It was fantastic to see, and
I wonder what the guards are thinking right now. Those of them that are able to get this view.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably thinking there's a lot of water skiers flying around. But yeah, beautiful. We've been around all of the. We've been kind of around everywhere, really. We managed to do plenty of touristing. I think all the skiers have done a very good job of taking the sights in. You know, we don't get many opportunities to go see these places and get thrown into the middle of a city. So it's one of the kind of best experiences to be able to do here. Is just you're so close to all of the sights and culture of the city. So it's awesome to go see. I can feel the drone over my shoulder. I feel like I've been watched. All right, so Tigas coming in. Thomas de Gasperi, 38 off, 11 meters. Should normally be a fairly comfortable pass. By no means easy out here today. Gets good speed on that gate. Nice aggression.
Whoa,
he hits the bubbles at 1. He's going to need a very good 2
now.
And gets it. He is back in this as he moves into 3. Fantastic 3. These are nice, good 4. There
back
you go.
Into contention here. Look at him go. He's round 4, 5, and 6.
Incredible.
Thomas de Gasperi.
To get back into that pass after that 1.
Ooh.
Absolutely phenomenal. That is the move of the day. I thought we were seeing a tie for Mr. Asher at that point. See what the police boat has to say to Thomas, but let's hope he doesn't get a speeding ticket. But that 1 ball was my God, that was horrible. That's literally a nightmare. You know, that's the one thing you want in these conditions is a smooth start. You get a smooth start, you can settle in, and you can get into a flow. You get that 1 ball, and it's all hell breaks loose. You know, you have to commit way more than you would like at that 2, and then you start to get over to that choppy side at 3, and you've gotten. It's hard to get back into it. Odd gate there from Tigas. Almost looked too fast, which we haven't seen too much from that. And I mean, look at that. Oh, it's what you don't want, that tail getting stuck, getting behind. And look at that move out of 2. He was narrow again, but made the committed move. That ski sets well. And look at that. Back in it at 3, and it was like a normal 38 from then on. Fantastic. Something I like to do in these kind of conditions is ignore the skier, look at the ski. Chop kind of the knees off and above, and just look how much that ski is kind of moving. Look how much that kind of the knees are soaking up. You know, you could ignore a lot if you look hips and up, but if you take that whole picture in, you take a moment to focus on that ski, and you will truly understand how challenging it is for these skiers out there. And I mean, these are your 8 best skiers in the world, right? So they're making it look a hell of a lot easier than you'd see. And here is. Again, one of the best skiers on the world, 39 off. He has downwind. Current looks pretty flat. Let's see if he can set himself up. Gate is incredibly important. Beautiful gate there. Gets a lovely drive. There's the hook up out of 1 that he needs. Is he going to get it out of 2? Oh, a little bit caught up. Is he going to get the piece of 3? He is.
Oh, and he blows the tail on 3.
Oh, and he had to make that committed move. Oh, that does put him up that leaderboard. Getting out of that 2 and getting across to that 3 is gonna give him a big heap of points comparatively, but he had to make that commitment. I see a couple of people crowded around the screen over there. Be intriguing to see
Okay, so that's 2.5 at 10.75 meters, and that currently puts...
So here we have a gate review. I saw a couple people online notice the other day, but gates are definitely active today, and we will be reviewing those gates today. It's known by the skiers, and
You didn't even ask me my stuff.
he's going to hope that that was all good, because that's a big call right there. All right, let's see this replay here. Thomas de Gasperi looking a little extended. It's hard for me to kind of judge that one-handed gate. Maybe that arm gets a little bit tighter than he would wish, but beautiful one ball. That is everything you could dream of. And then he just kind of gets hung out to dry out there. You see that ski chop. You see the spray move. I kind of thought he was going to S-turn it. Makes the move, and it's kind of one of those situations where the fin blows, but it almost blows from the middle of the ski. You see that ski start to chop, and it jumps from the binding. A lot of the fin blows that we normally see on kind of man-made lakes very much are the tail smearing out through the finish. But I'll be intrigued to see from the boat here how that tail reacts. I don't think this was a kind of normal fin blow. I think the front just hits the chop. That wide front gets initiated. Yeah, and it...
Yeah, you see it kind of, the energy kind of rippling down the ski all the way to the tail.
Yeah, and I think it's a very different situation. If we start to see, kind of, Freddie gets it a little bit when that tail just smears out and blows. You see it kind of, you see it a lot more often on obviously the man-made lakes that are a lot less choppy. That tail just starts to release a little bit too much and pop out, but it's a lot of skiers' worst nightmare. It's the one thing you don't want to do. You know, having that tail slide through and out is one of the most horrible feelings. But so that is a 2.5 confirmed. And just let's talk about it while we're here, right?
Yeah.
The gate rule while we're here, it is the Moomba rule. So as long as first we're going to take it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Thomas de Gasperi. Conditions are a little tricky out there, according to all the other guys.
Yeah, the wind picked up, and it's not the wind, it's not the current, it's the chop that it's tough to handle. I had a horrible start at 11, 38, but got my elbows out and tried to run through it, and then 39, it's a little deceiving, so I turn one ball, I pull along to 2, try to crank it. The wind is pushing, the current is going the opposite direction. I was hoping it was going to even it out, but it doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't make a flat lake.
Well, nonetheless, in the final, congratulations. We'll see you at the next event, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, back with us here, and we got Nate Smith out in the water, 13-meter start.
Very interesting call from Nate. I did not see him taking the 32 start. That's very, very unlike it. I spoke to him last weekend in Monaco quite a bit, and he was like, nope, I decided on 35 start from the get-go at Monaco. Obviously, incredibly different conditions. But he's not afraid to make those big calls like Freddie and Will did. And, again, just because you make the big call doesn't mean that it's right. You know, it doesn't mean that going out at 35 is the winning call. So he's obviously seen something out there that he believes isn't a problem. He's probably, well, I think no one would hate me to say that he's probably the strongest skier out there. You know, he has the most wins to his name and the most 41. So if Nate's seen something, I believe that he's seeing something. So I think he's just kind of backing himself. He was speaking to me a little bit about mindset yesterday, actually, and just kind of how he takes these things. And
of course,
at the end of the day, he has a lot of belief in his skill and his character. And even though he's got a little bit less of a work-life balance than he did a couple of years ago, he believes in himself that he's going to be able to get through that 39 tail, and that's a big part of it. So,
and of course the opt-up is still very much in play. I mean, when after pass number 1, we saw that yesterday from Thibaut.
Yeah, it's not something I don't really recall seeing too much from Nate. Again, it wouldn't surprise me necessarily if we do see it. I did wonder that on that first pass. I think the good thing. The reason, so 12 confirmed there, so no opt-up. The reason people go for the opt-up over the 35 start, and it gives you the first pass to assess the situation. He's obviously assessed the 32 and gone, you know what, I think I can do this the normal way, and decided not to opt up.
There you go.
Let's see, 35 here from Nate, ski bouncing on that chop. This is going to be obviously the calmer end of the lake. It's going to get worse as he goes. Nate talks a lot about patience when he skis, and you really see it here. Look at that 2. Doesn't really react to what the ski does. Oof, he did something there at that 4. And just
he's able to stay patient enough for the tail end of the turn and still get enough angle and
Yes.
and enough drive across that second wake into the next buoy.
Yeah, and it's something that you see a lot from Corey Vaughan, and funnily enough, they're two of the top seeds this weekend. They're not not necessarily turn-based skiers. You know, we see bad turns from Nate a lot, and we see him be able to drive that angle and drive that move very, very well. And honestly, from the last couple of years, same for Corey. He's become incredibly good at just being able to react to the situation and stay calm. And I think while we're here, let's talk about that gate rule. Obviously, we saw a review for T-Gas. I'm not sure what was happening the last couple of days. I don't even know if there was gate cameras. But today, essentially, in the skiers meeting, it was announced it's going to be a Moomba gate rule. I mean, there's no short path. It's not ranking. This is a pro event. This is for entertainment purposes, and let's get these pro skiers paid purposes, right? This is what this event is for. The conditions are incredibly tough. People have flown thousands of miles to get here. So it's called the Moomba gate rule. Essentially, you have to touch the buoy. And I say that with a little bit of a pinch of salt, because realistically, you've got to kind of gone, hey, you haven't taken the mick, you know?
No, exactly.
Essentially, it's kind of deemed that everyone, no skiers want to win by a dock gate. No skiers want to be able to say, I won because they missed their gate at 39 when we're on a river and the current is just mental. The course is all sorts of places. So that's the gate rule. That's what we're at this weekend. But let's see. Nate Smith, 39 off. So tricky conditions. 38 off. Sorry.
11.25
He's got headwind,
meters.
but a little bit of a down current. Gets that hook up out of 1. Nice and smooth. Nice and calm.
Look at him go.
Good hook up out of 2. And just patient. His body leads the way here. You see it. And doesn't massively worry that ski's going to follow him. Probably the calmest 38 we've seen all weekend. And very, very
Doesn't get
easy.
much better than that, does it, Rob?
Yeah, that was as smooth as you can get. And that's one thing we see from Nate. He's still got that smoothness in him. I mean, it just seems like, again, that it's something to play for, right? That work-life balance that we see from Nate, it shows a couple chinks in his armor. You know, a couple of years ago, he was practically unbeatable. And we see here, he's still got it, man. He's still there. He's still... I mean, that 3-ball, you put any skier who is not here this weekend on that 3-ball, not a chance they're getting out of it, especially not at 38, you know. These are the best skiers in the world, making it look a hell of a lot easier than it is. It is hard out there. It is choppy. It is windy. And like I say, the current is flat. This is probably the best the river is going to ski in general. It's basically a lake that's very, very windy, you know, and it's very open. And we see the beautiful views of, not quite sure, it's a theatre, I believe.
Yes, Grand Theatre over Rabat, and you also saw a little bit towards the left of the shot, the amount of land and the amount of silt and mud that was revealed, but with the tide going out. So let's have a look and see, shall we? We've got coming into the course on 10.75 meters. It's going to be Nate Smith. Needs to get a good start here. And that would certainly help his cause out. No two ways about it. He's round buoy number 1. He's on round number 2, and that is going to be it there for Nate Smith. It's going to be 1.5 at. So that does a couple of things. It guarantees Freddie Winter has at least a second spot and puts Adam Saddlemeyer on the podium at the same time as well. So 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Uncharacteristically subpar there for Nate Smith there with 1.5 at 10.75. We'll have a look at the entrance gates once again. Getting for all intents and purposes his typical start where he skis to the handle. And then he drives across the back of the boat, but just getting blown out towards the back of the ski with his weight transferring from the front feet all the way towards the fin block. We're having a look here at a more forensic type view with Nate Smith, round buoy number 1. Didn't look all that concerned of buoy number 1, but just just try to set his ski on his inside edge as he typically does. And unfortunately, the ski didn't quite react positively this time around. So Freddie Winter still in the lead with 1.5 at 10.25 meters, ahead of Adam Settlemyer with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. And it is going to be a 12-meter start for Corey Vaughan, who currently has the course record from round 1 of 2 at 10.25 meters. Our crowd offering their cheers towards Nate Smith for his effort out there with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Just didn't quite have it in round number 3, but we'll no doubt be seeing him ski in more tournaments during the course of the season as his schedule allows. With that in mind, let's check in with Zane and Nate.
All right, hey guys, I'm here dockside with Nate Smith. He is your current world record holder, but conditions are tough out there today, huh?
Yeah, kind of in the middle of T-Gas's set, the wind really picked up and just kind of stayed. You know, from the shore, it doesn't look terrible, but it's pretty choppy midway through. So, I don't know. It's fun to ski on a river here in Morocco. Kind of enjoying the whole experience. For me, it was more be safe, and you know, it was dangerous out there. So I just want to live another day. Yeah,
we get you to the next round. But I mean, last night was really fun. We had the dinner, awesome views. So now you get to go enjoy your day and maybe hit the beach.
Yeah, it's a different experience here. I mean, most tournaments we go to the ski lake, we ski, we walk away. Here it's kind of a party at the hotel pool. We got a pool right here with great food and music, and we're on the river you can see the views behind us. So, it's a different experience, but, next weekend we got another event, Funglas. So, we'll see how it goes there.
Well, good luck next weekend, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much as we go on to our final athlete on the water. This is a calculated risk here. It's a 12-meter start. It's Corey Vaughan. Look at him go through the first few buoys on this first pass of hopefully many here for Corey Vaughan, who produced his first ever professional win this past season of 2024 over at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am in England. And looking to try and grab his second professional win with a potentially victorious run here. Currently, for those of you that are just joining us, welcome to the Royal Nautique Pro here at Rabat, the nation's capital of the Kingdom of Morocco. We've certainly welcomed the world of professional water skiers right here. No doubt in the coming months and far off into the distance in 2030, the nation of Morocco, along with Spain and Portugal, will welcome the world for the FIFA World Cup in 2030. But in the immediacy, in 2025, in December, the nation and the Kingdom of Morocco will actually host the African Cup of Nations, and there are four separate stadia actually in this city of Rabat that will be hosting matches for the duration of that tournament, starting with the very first match, Morocco versus Comoros, on December the 21st. And I'm sure that a good few of you soccer fans will be eyeing that up, as that also provides us with the final few nations to qualify for the FIFA World Cup in 2026. But so far as skiing is concerned, here we go, 11.25 meters, second pass for Corey Vaughan. Gets it done round number 2. Oh no, and he pings the handle off buoy number 3. Oh my word. And that means that Freddie Winter is your champion of the Royal Nautique Pro.
Hero. Good skiing, dude.
So,
good skiing, dude.
Commiserations there to Corey Vaughan on 38 off coming back. He had to pull the trigger and risk everything and went in on 12 meters. A good pass that was to open up with, but the second pass didn't quite go to plan for him. There is your podium. Thomas de Gasperi in third, Adam Saddlemeyer in second, and your champion in 2025 for the Royal Nautique Pro from Great Britain, it is Freddie Winter. No doubt we'll get a word or two from Corey, but before that, let's check in with Freddie.
Hey guys, I'm here with Freddie Winter. Dude, new champion. You were a hero today, man. You went out, took a gamble. It worked out for you, and dude, huge score, 1.5 at 10.25.
That's a really, really good feeling. It was a gamble, and I was like, I literally, if I come 8th or first, or whatever, like I got to go for first, and it's really cool actually, because like last year, like I was last off the dock, top seed, and I messed up and came like 6th or something, and that was like when I broke my leg a week, like probably a week later or whatever. That was one of my big regrets for the year was to mess up, in Marrakesh. So to come back and win, like it's a great feeling. My second win of the year. I mean, it's a dream. I really, honestly didn't know I was going to come back to this level. I mean, I was hoping. I've done everything I possibly can, and it's paying off. And it feels so good. It feels so good. I'm so happy and so grateful to everyone that's helped me and supported me. It's been an emotional year, and this feels like I'm going home now. And actually, my next tournament will be past a year since I broke my leg, so that's a nice way to tie up my 52 weeks. It's fantastic. I'm so happy.
Well, dude, I'm going to be honest. I'm happy for you. You're one of my favorite skiers, man. I love talking to you. I love the emotions that you put out on the water. I mean, you can just tell that you love the sport of water skiing, and I think you're a huge asset to it.
Well, some would differ with you on that, but that's very nice of you. Thank you. I mean, I love water skiing, and I love it more than I ever did. I got to at some point stop talking about how I got hurt last year, but it did actually reframe things for me, because I was finding it very frustrating last year. I wasn't at the level I had been the previous year. Like, I wasn't finding it as easy. And then I've come back this year, and I've found, I think, ways to make myself stronger. I've found ways to enjoy it more. I've got my best group of people I ski with in Palm Bay. It's the best group of people I've ever skied with, I think, and well, I know, and that's, shout out to them, the Palm Bay crew. And no, I can't say I'm lost for words, because I always speak too much, but I'm very, very happy, and I'm not sure I'm being very eloquent right now, but thank you, and cheers, mate. I'm over the moon.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm really happy for you, and I got one other thing to make you a little more happy. Here's your watch that you'll be getting a little later today.
Beautiful. That is such a wonderful thing.
Well, Fred, congratulations. Super happy for you, and we look forward to chilling with you later tonight.
Are we doing 10% rule?
I think you told me no, but at least the 2% rule would be pretty fun.
We pool our checks, and we'll figure it out.
Sold. I'm with it. All right, guys. Well, we'll kick it back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate the champion that is Freddie Winter in the Royal Nautique Pro. There you see the final leaderboard. So it'll be Freddie Winter taking the win ahead of Adam Saddlemeyer, Thomas de Gasperi, Jaime Palomino, Jonathan Travers, Nate Smith, Corey Vaughan, and Will Asher. So what does that do so far as the Waterski Pro Tour is concerned with the points on offer? It means that Rob Hazelwood will actually fall down the list a little bit. Freddie Winter, I'm sure, will take the lead with the amount of points there are on offer, 100 points for the win, and there it is. It's adjusted to reflect that. Freddie Winter on top with 175 points. Adam Saddlemeyer with 130 points in second. Rob Hazelwood on 89 points for third. Then it's de Gasperi and Ross rounding off the top five, and for the remaining point positions on the Waterski Pro Tour, you go to waterskiprotour.com. Let's send it back over to Zane one more time.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Corey Vaughan. Conditions must be kind of tricky out there. It's kind of luck of the draw, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that. We saw it the whole time through, so I kind of went back to my round one strategy. I think that was the right call. Still don't second guess it. You know, it's a razor's edge right there. I wasn't in great shape, but I wasn't in terrible shape. But all of a sudden I found myself in the water. And so, yeah, I mean, I wish for more. It felt like something good was possible there, but it's that fine of a line between being in the water and being on the top. So, you know, just going to keep training. I'm heading back home today. It's my little boy's birthday on Wednesday, so I'm excited to get back to the family and put in some training, and we've got more to ski for this year, so I'll be ready.
Well, happy birthday to Seth coming up, and one other thing to you, happy Father's Day, dude. I've enjoyed watching you ski over here so far. I look forward to seeing you at some other events, and I'm expecting huge things out of you.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'll be ready. I wish I could just push a button now and transport home, but I leave tonight, and I'll be home tomorrow, so it'll be good.
Well, safe travels, and I hope you enjoy your time at home with the family. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much, and nice words there from Corey Vaughan as Zane, our interviewer, rounds off his efforts here. We will have our newcomer final taking place in about the next 15 or so minutes, so stand by for that. Our newcomer final will be our final event here at the Royal Nautique Pro here at the nation's capital of the Kingdom of Morocco, the city of Rabat. And when we come back, we will have that coming up for you next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
USA. See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets
Inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead. Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, so welcome back to this, the Royal Nautique Pro, coming to you live from the Kingdom of Morocco, specifically the nation's capital of Rabat. We're going to go into our next event, which is a supplemental event for our newcomers to the professional water ski scene. And with that in mind, we have 5 skiers on deck, getting ready to go. We're going to start off with Camille Bamra, followed by Arno Derick, Nicholas Antonsen, Chiara Bonneman, and finally Jaime Palomino. And getting ready with those skiers. A minimum starting line length for each of our competitors is going to be 14.25 meters, and we'll try and get our first competitor out very, very soon in this supplemental newcomers to professional skiing event. So, for those of you that have just joined us, we've gone through the pro tricks in women's and men, and pro slalom in women's and men. For those of you watching on the webcast, you can easily scroll back to that section of the competition using our instant archive feature on the YouTube player. And speaking about that, you can continue to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. From that point onwards, you'll be able to be a participant in the live chat, as well as also be notified as to our next live event. All right, so our first skier back out on the water. It's going to be Camille Bamra. I'm not too sure whether he's going to go in on 13 or 14.25 meters, but we'll know very, very soon. 13-meter start. So working his way towards the beauty of a structure that is the Mohammed, the 6th tower. Was only just recently constructed. It's the 3rd tallest tower in Africa, and when it is fully completed out, it will have a host of amenities such as a luxury hotel, office spaces, high-end apartments, and an observation deck all the way at the top of that tower as well. So, for those of you wanting to find out the audience prize winners, Stuart Smith has won the women's audience prize. He will get a Conley slalom ski of his choice. Stuart Smith, we will be getting in contact with you very, very soon. And Nathan Vipon, he has won the men's audience prize for the men's competition. He will have a choice of a D3 slalom ski. So congratulations to him And of course, it goes without saying that we will be in contact with you very soon as well to arrange for a delivery of that ski. So Stuart and Nathan, thank you very much indeed for participating, and congratulations. Here comes Camille Bamra in this supplemental competition for newcomers to the pro scene. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should have no problems getting around number 6. Let's give it up, please, for Morocco's Camille Bamra. A good effort there on pass number 1 of hopefully many, as he gets dropped down towards the end and next to the Hassan, the second bridge, and we'll get more shots of our scenery here. Absolutely totally different to a lot of other places that we get to travel to around the world on the Waterski Pro Tour, as we see Arnaud de Rick of Belgium get ready himself. A lot of our competitors who ski today are already eyeing up the beach or the swimming pool, and to round off a fantastic little trip to this part of the world, the Kingdom of Morocco. And it's a part of the world that's going to be welcoming quite a few people in about the next 5 or so years. In the immediacy, the African Cup of Nations starting off in December. And Rabat itself, it actually has 4 separate stadia that will be hosting the initial matches of that tournament, while Morocco itself will compete against the likes of Comoros, Mali, and Zambia in their 3 opening group matches. Morocco itself has a fine athlete as well in the form of Camille Bamra. He's gotten through 13. This is now 12. Let's see what he's got. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. Let's give it up for him, please. Camille Bamra. Yeah. 13 and 12 meters back to back, and not looking at all unfazed by what he's seeing out there. Not too much in the way of chop, and certainly we are at around about the slack tide period. Just trying to stay on course here and not let the conditions affect him too much in any way, shape, or form. He's gotten through 13 and now 12. He's now going to have a crack at 11.25 meters in this newcomers to the pro scene event. We'll have the likes of Nicky Antonsen and Arnaud de Rick come up within about the next few minutes, followed by Chiara Bonneman and Jaime Palomino for our field of 5 total skiers.
You don't very often, you don't get second chances in life. What do you do?
So now bringing in Camille Bamra at 11.25 meters. Looking to try and put a little extra change into his back pocket, as if he can try and put a score out there that would be unchallenged by the remaining competitors, that would certainly help his cause. He is number 1 at 11.25 meters. He's good to go there on number 2. He's down course, but he's still there on number 3. Good to go round number 4. He's almost to the end, folks. It's round number 5, and there you go, round number 6. Camille Bamra from the Kingdom of Morocco. So fantastic athleticism here from Camille Bamra. That's his 3rd pass on the bounce with 13.12 and now 11.25 meters under his belt. almost left it a little bit too late off number 2, but able to power down behind the boat with great effect. Not extending too hard into number 4, just managing just to stay on top of its ski. Camille Bumrah, one of our taller competitors in this event, using his height to great effect. And some great skiing all the way through so far. 10.75 meters coming up very, very soon for our Moroccan native, Camille Bumrah. Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat. And Marianne Pesson from Belgium in the passenger seat. She will be judging. And the minute and 10 wait time is expired as Isham, his father, is looking on, and one of the organizers of this competition. Here's Camille Bumrah. Entrance round buoy number 1, 10.75 meters. He's round buoy number 2. Does he make a play here? No, doesn't make it round buoy number 3, I don't think, but we'll soon see. That is Camille Bumrah, folks, setting the standard for our next skiers to attack going forwards. That is Camille Bumrah. We'll get a point score. We'll get a buoy count, a verifiable one. Let's have a look and see if he made it outside buoy number 3. As he takes the cheers and the applause from the crowd coming in, Camille Bumrah looking at the instant replay, round 1 and 2. Does he make it outside buoy number 3? Yes, he does. He does make it outside buoy number 3. Taking a look at the instant replay once again, and he gets to the wakes, so he gets a full 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters from the Kingdom of Morocco. It is Camille Bumrah with 3 at 10.75 meters. Let's see what Arnaud Derick can produce right here and now. He's our next skier. He comes to us from Belgium. So as Arnaud Derick gets ready to go, we'll in a minute or so we'll be able to have a word or two with Camille Bumrah. Such a great place to have a tournament. And with that in mind, let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Camille Bumrah. Huge score right there, 3 at 10.7. Looked pretty good out there.
You know, I'm happy because it confirms I was just stressed. I doubted myself, so I was like, maybe I don't know how to ski anymore. But it felt so good today, honestly.
Well, I mean, dude, you've been working your rear end off just getting everything organized. I mean, I wanted to say thank you so much because it's been a great event. I've had a blast. I know a bunch of the other skiers have had a blast. So, hats off to you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy, honestly. It was my chance of redemption. I took it. I'm happy.
Well, I'm happy that you did that because we got to come to Africa, come to Morocco. It's an awesome country. It's been an awesome setup. And now just go enjoy yourself for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so Camille Bumrah having set the pace now. It's going to be 3 at 10.75 meters is the target for our remaining skiers to attack and to try and exceed. Arnaud Derick, our next competitor. All right, moving right along, and just got one or two technical issues that we need to get situated before we bring Arno de Rick back into the course for his opening pass, as we see Vince here, there, and everywhere.
No, God, it fell out.
All right, so whilst we get situated with our technical situation, we'll pause for a little bit, and once we come back, we'll return with Arno de Rick for his first pass, and that's coming up next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, we're back, and after taking care of one or two technical difficulties with our event, we're continuing on. Our skier about to take to the water is going to be Arno de Rick out of Belgium. So Arno de Rick, two-time Belgian national slalom champion, and competed a little bit earlier in this event in the pro men's slalom competition. And I'm back here. This is Tony Lightfoot. In the background right there behind me is the Grand Theatre of Rabat, which includes a 1,800 seat internal indoor theater, an outdoor amphitheater which can house up to 7,000 people, a rehearsal stage, and a restaurant that can accommodate up to 350 guests. So an absolutely wonderful looking structure, and one of the final designs from the late great Dame Zaha Hadid. And like many of her world-class designs, it's almost bereft of any kind of straight lines whatsoever. Therefore, dubbing her the Queen of Curves, as it were. All right, coming on in. This is Arnaud Durick. Entrance number 1. Whoa, loading up pretty hard on 13 meters. Minimum started line length for our competitors in this section of the competition is 14.25 meters. But Arnaud Durick passing up on that opportunity to go through on 14 for his opener, and has decided instead to go in on 13 meters. There we see dockside. We see Nikki Antonsen. A few more of our spectators along the shore side. Some members there of the Stadelbauer family, which will be getting a little bit bigger coming within about the next couple of months or so, when you factor in Alice Bagnoli into the mix. All right, great venue here at the Royal Nautique Club here on the Burageg River, the river that goes right through the middle of this area, separating Rabat from the city of Saleh, which is where we are, which is technically where we are in respect to this area. Nicky Antonsen, for his part, just trying to get situated with those Pro Gear gloves, trying to get as much grip as he can possibly muster. And here comes Arnaud Durick, also wearing the Pro Gears, getting a good hard turn off number 3 to lefty. And a little bit of a softer approach into number 5 there, and still was able to get that ski round and across the back of the boat. So great skiing there from Arnaud. Got a pretty aggressive start and was able to hold the vast majority of the angle that he generated at that point. A little bit more, even more aggressive off number 3 to set himself up on buoy number 4 and the remaining 1/3 of the course. That is Arnaud Durick. And now, getting ready for his next pass. It should be 11.25 meters. Chasing a score of 3, which has been set down by Camille Baumra. There, Nicky Antonsen, who has been in 1 or 2 pro tournaments before, and actually claimed a personal best at a recent professional event, clearing 41 off for the first time. Oh, and pinging the handle across the course. Arnaud Durick there. It's going to be 1.5. At 11.25 meters, 1 1/2. at 11.25 meters. The final score for Belgium's Arno de Rick, as he waits to be picked up by our rescue PWC. A little bit strung out there into buoy number 2, and he just couldn't get the handle in at the right time, and the ski was a little bit behind him, so that didn't exactly help matters for him either. As the tide has turned, the water is coming into this part of this tidal river. I'm sure that probably has had a little bit of an effect. We're at the point where the low tide is now switching with high tide, but it will take a while for the current switch to have any significant kind of effect on what you see out there on the water. With Greeny there at the helm, we'll have Nicholas Antonsen.
Thank you. Thank you, Victor.
All right, hailing out of Austria, Nicky Antonsen, former European U21 slalom champion, and currently skiing for Rollins College in the United States of America, over there in the Winter Park. Following with Nicky Antonsen towards the southern portion of this course. The river itself, the Burageg River, is about 240 kilometers long, and we'll get into some of the details right after we hear from Zane.
All right, guys, I'm here with Arno de Rick. We just saw you get off the water. Fell a little early, dude. I thought you had a killer start there at 11, though.
Gate 1 felt good, and 2 a little bit early, maybe released a little bit too soon and lost it, handle up high on the tail and lost it, but felt really good, honestly.
Well, hey, man, it's great to have you here. I know you've been working, helping us out with TWBC, and also getting to do some skiing, and now, you enjoy your day and enjoy Morocco.
Had a good time, was an amazing event, but I'm happy my next set will be on the lake again.
Yeah, I feel that. Well, we'll see at some other events down the road, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. The thumbs up there, and the mash of the throttle coming in right afterwards. For Nicky Antonsen, it's going to be a 13-meter start. Looking good. Plenty of strength there on pass number 1, and the rhythm has certainly helped him out a good bunch as well. So working away with our next competitor, we've got Nicholas Antonsen, or Nicky Antonsen. Then right after him will be Chiara Bonneman, and then Jaime Palomino. Our last 2 skiers, in between those 2 skiers, Alana Bischoff-Berger is unable to ski due to the injury that she sustained slaloming yesterday, which is going to keep her off the water for about somewhere between 3 to 4 weeks. And we certainly wish her the best of luck with that rehab. I'm sure that should be a feature in the European U21s or even the World U21s. Both of those events will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Here we go. All right, so far so good. 13 and 12 meters under his belt as he continues to rock and roll towards his final score. Whether that's going to be on this pass or the next one, only time will tell. But Nicky Antonsen already off to a flying start with his opening 2 runs, and we'll see what he can conclude with the remaining remaining pass or passes, so to speak. There we go, Chiara Bonneman. The dockside, getting ready to go.
Das ist nicht viel Schlaf. Das ist nicht viel Schlaf. Nee, der Club ist direkt nebenan.
Sagst du das?
Ja.
Right, just waiting on the boat to make its appearance in towards the slalom course. The minute and 10 should be over by about now. Yep, it's over, and now the throttle is mashed. 13 and 12 already completed. And for Nicky Antonsen, looking to try and put a little bit more pressure on the leader right now, who is Camille Bamra. But first things first, he needs to get through 11 to make it happen. There you go, good looking skiing. Let's give it up, please, for Nicky Antonsen. 3 passes under his belt, the latest of which was 11.25 meters. And looking to try and get halfway down this course in order to supersede the score that was laid down about a skier or so ago, courtesy of Camille Bamra. So leaving it late towards the end there. Nicky Antonsen now readies himself, tries to psychologically pump himself up prior to his next run. There on the dock, our final skier to take to water. It is Jaime Palomino, who has produced some high totals in the slalom event over the last few years. All right, here we are, folks. Right here, right now. This is Nicky Antonsen, 10.75 meters. Little loose off number 1. Even looser off number 2, losing time down the course. It is a 3-buoy count, though. So we have a tie for the lead with 3 at 10.75 meters. It exists between Nicky Antonsen and Camille Bamra. All right, let's give it up, please, for Nikki Antonsen, tying the lead with 3 at 10.75 meters on the strength of what you are seeing on the big screen at this moment. Good tight line off number 1. Just letting the ski stop too much into number 2 and down course, and at that point there weren't that many options open to him, so he decided to get the ski around number 3 and then apply the brakes on to get that buoy total. So all right, just looking at Nikki Antonsen, his final effort out there as we now work our way down towards the bottom half of this list, starting off with the first of our female athletes in this Newcomers to Pro skiing competition. And our next skier is Chiara from Germany. All right, as we await Chiara to take to the course, let's send it once again to Zane Nicholson.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Nikki Antonsen. Knocked down the 11. I know that was kind of the goal coming into this one, huh?
Yeah, no, finally the 11 is done. I was not too sure. Yeah, luckily I did it today.
Well, dude, good skiing. It was great to have you here this weekend, and now turn your head to next weekend and go crush that Austrian record.
Yeah, that's the goal. We'll see.
Well, for everybody watching at home, I'm pretty sure he's getting ready to knock it down. He was getting looks in going to 3 at 41, so we'll see if you can do it next weekend. But good luck to you, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you, Zane.
All right, so that was Nikki Antonsen. He'll try to have a go at the Austrian national slalom record with some of the tournaments that he has lined up ahead of him. So here we go, coming in on a next pass, 14.25 meters. First pass, as a matter of fact, for Chiara Bonneman. In good shape and able to get through on that opening pass of 14. All right, Jaime Palomino, our final skier to take to the water within the next few minutes, getting his motions in check and getting warmed up for his set coming up in those few minutes. So we've got Chiara Bonneman opening up with 14.25 meters. And we'll see what she follows up with.
And each buoy come after the other. Don't think at
All right, here we go. Chiara Bonneman. 30 meters. Working hard to stay on top of things here. There's 4, there's 5, and that should be a credit-worthy pass there of 6 buoys for Chiara Bonnemann of Germany. Okay, the tide are starting to come in a little bit here, which means that it'll be a head current for skiers on their odd-numbered passes, including the very first one, which is going to change the whole dynamic of this venue. But we are at the point where the water may be slackening off a little bit as we transition from low to high tide. And certainly if the water doesn't move nearly as much, it's only going to help our skiers going forward, as we see with Chiara Bonnemann, 14 and 30 meters in successive runs. Now let's see what she can do on 12 meters on the blue loop. There's 1. Gets it going on. Like what she's doing here, trying to maintain a balance and posture all the way throughout, and that is a 6 buoy count there for Chiara Bonnemann. So she's gone through 14, 13, now 12, 11.25 meters beckons for her. All right, so having run her first 3 passes, Chiara Bonnemann continuing to roll to pass number 4 in this newcomer final. As we take a look at the marina in the foreground, the Sale Marina, and also in the background looking out towards the beach and the surf that's at the estuary of this river, this 240-kilometer long river, which sources up in the Atlas Mountains, of which we ski on about 1 kilometer of that river, about 2K inland. As we now get ready for Chiara Bonnemann. I'm getting into some difficulty there. So getting into a little bit of difficulty on this pass from the get-go. This is 11.25 meters. Gets a good hard grip off buoy number 1 and number 2, but riding up on the back of the ski, taking the hit. And at that point, realizing that the gig is up, so she skis for 3. And 3 it is at 11.25 meters. 3 at 11.25 meters, which puts her ahead of Arno de Rick, but behind the current tie for the lead between Camille Bamra and Nikki Antonsen. But all that could potentially change with our final skier to take to the water in this competition. It'll be Mexico's Jaime Palomino. So, to determine the winner in this Newcomer event, our Newcomer to Pro Skiing event, this is Jaime Palomino. All right, no doubt we'll get to talk to Chiara in just a moment or so, but in the meantime, Jaime Palomino is racing towards the end that has the Muhammad, the sixth tower. And let's check in once again with Zane and Chiara.
Hey guys, I'm here with Chiara Bonneman. Great skiing out there. Conditions look pretty good and awesome score.
Yeah, thank you. I felt much better than the second round. Like a bummer I didn't do that in the second round, I guess, but I'm happy. I skied again. I had to have a good score, so yeah.
Well, the conditions were pretty wild yesterday in the second round, so way to come out here, get a big score for the day, and now enjoy the rest of your evening.
I will. Thank you.
Perfect. Send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Jaime Palomino at the other end of the river. There's Scott Greenwood driving his last passes of this event here, the Royal Nautique Pro. All right, here we go now. This is Jaime Palomino, entrance number 1. There's number 2, continuing to flow nicely from one side of the course to the next on the opening pass of 13 meters. Our final skier of the day, folks. This is Jaime Palomino of Mexico. 6 buoys on the opening pass of 13 and now getting ready for 12. So back with me here, I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again, coming to you live from the Kingdom of Morocco, specifically the city of Rabat, here for the Royal Nautique Pro event, the second time that we've had a pro water ski event in the Kingdom. We thank all of our great sponsors who have represented themselves admirably during the course of this event and have helped us out a great deal at the Royal Nautique Pro. Also, the good crew that's part of the TWBC setup. Got Jeremy here. We've got Connor over here. We've got Jason. We've got Victor. We've got Arno, and alongside Liche and John, and also Vince. There'll be and also John as well. I thought I did mention John, but my mistake if I didn't. But here we go, folks. Let's rocket in towards the course. Entrance, buoy number 1 on 12 meters for Jaime. Takes a good hit off number 2, keeping everything going. So Jaime Palomino, who ended up in the top 5 in the men's Slalom Pro event not too long ago, is looking to try and cash in a little bit with his effort out here on the water for our newcomers to pro skiing slalom event. Okay, so there's a couple of design contrasts. The sharp razor thin lines of the Nautique compared to the curvature and curves designed by the late great Dame Zaha Hadid, who designed this tower behind me. Actually, this Grand Theatre of Rabara behind me. So, getting ready to go. There's our judge, Aristelis Bala. Doing a fine job, and our officials are added into those accolades as well. And the boat drivers as well. We got Nathan McGarry and Davide Gandola as well. So they're all doing a fantastic effort here. As we see on 11.25 meters, this is Jaime Palomino looking to try and get through this pass and more than halfway down the next one. The next one is 10.75 meters. Let's give it up, please, for Jaime Palomino. All right, so this is for all the marbles, folks. Coming right up is 10.75 meters. If he can get a piece of 4, then that will conclude the event with him taking the victory. But as it stands right now, Camille Bamra and Nicholas Antonson's tied score of 3 at 10.75 meters is standing between him and total victory at this point. Jaime Palomino on 11.25 meters. The water's slowly but surely coming back into this section of the river. It is, we're on our way towards high tide. So there, Camille Bamra waiting to find out his fate in respect to this event. Could he be in the situation where he would have to endure a runoff, or will the win be taken by our very last skier of the day, Jaime Palomino? But first things first, he needs to get the start here, and it all starts out with the pull-out for the entrance gate. Jaime Palomino, our very last skier of the day. There's one, takes number 1, takes number 2. Let's see what he's got. Buoy number 3, can he make it outside number 4? Oh, and he's inside 4! It's a 3-way runoff! All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Jaime Palomino. All right, so it looks like... Okay, so we're going to go into a runoff situation, and the skiers that will be participating in that runoff are Jaime Palomino, Camille Bamra, and Nicholas Antonsen. Yep, we didn't want to end our slalom event at all. We just want to carry on as far and as long as we can. Jaime Palomino with 3 at 10.75 meters. All right, so in this supplemental newcomers to pro skiing event, Jaime Palomino, Nicholas Antonsen, and Camille Bamra will now all be a part of that runoff situation, all tying with 3. While we get situated with the names and the names in the order, we're going to take a little bit of a breather. We'll take a quick break, and once we come back, we will have the runoff between Camille Bamra, Nikki Antonsen, and Jaime Palomino. We'll be back right after this.
Vince, we're still live.
All right. So we're going to go into our runoff situation. Thank you for continuing to tune in on this webcast, no matter where you happen to be across the world. I'm Tony Lightfoot here at the Royal Nautique Pro, the second edition of a pro event taking place in the Kingdom of Morocco. So glad to have you here. So we're going to go into a runoff between Camille Bamra, Nicholas Antonsen, and Jaime Palomino. We're going to conduct the draw in a moment, and we'll find out who will take to the water first. And returning here and keeping me company for a few more minutes at least is Rob Hazelwood. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I just come for the fun stuff, you know. I like to come for finals and runoffs. That's exciting, hey? Some big scores are going down. Whoever's decided to play ball a little bit. Looks like the current is completely still. And even the wind looks quite pleasant. So excited to see what these boys can, and girls. I believe Chiara's also joining the runoff now.
Yeah, that might well be the case because she scored 3 at 11.25 meters, and if we employ any kind of handicap to compensate for the pass being different, then that would mean that she would be part of the runoff.
Yes, I believe she gets a six-boy handicap, so that'll be fun. A 4-way runoff. Don't get too many of those, especially not for the win. So intrigued to see what the format is. I don't know whether it's going to be sudden death or one person's going to come out and win. Jaime got very, very close. I thought he was going to manage to get out of that 3-ball. He did that yesterday when it mattered, so he's kind of had the most sets on the river. He's the one who's probably most at play to take the pressure. But yeah, I'm excited. We've got the homeboy hero there, Camille. Absolutely rocking it, getting that 3 at 39. Nikki next to him. Chatting, going through the rules and just making sure everyone's clear. I believe they're going to have to go out at 38, which is going to put that little bit of pressure on, but it's going to be the same direction that they went out in that first round, so it'll be exciting. Be intrigued to see who is going to head out first. Oh, looks like they're pulling the names.
Open it.
I don't want this one.
I can open it.
I want the one in the middle.
No, you already took that. You take it. There.
Give him whatever he has.
All right, let's see what name is going to be.
Okay, keep it.
Okay.
Third.
So Jaime Palomino is going to go third. Okay, that's Camille taking the next ticket. Where's he going to be?
Yeah.
You are second and you are first.
Okay.
All right then.
Second.
So
No,
Nikki goes out first, Camille second, and
Numero uno.
All right, let's get this thing rolling. All right, here we see Nikki going out there first. So we were incorrect. We were incorrect with Kiara. And I think there's some money on the line here. I'm not quite sure what the prize is. I heard $2,000 has been thrown around. So this isn't just for a bit of fun. This is some pressure on these boys and a chance to get themselves a little bit of a payday and put it behind the bar tonight, maybe, I heard.
Maybe.
No, last night's dinner was something else, hey, Tony?
Yeah, it was.
I've never eaten so many little things in my life.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Oh my gosh, I went a little ham at the first 5 minutes, and yeah, I think I went through 3 courses about in 10 seconds. It was all little everything, which can never be mad at. There we see Nicky getting his gloves on.
The DJ
ready.
was pretty good too.
Yeah, vibing. All right, so Nikki is going to be the first one off the dock. So all of these boys have skied. This is what this will be all of their 4th set on the river, I believe now, and Jaime's 5th. This is the 2nd set of the day. There we see Camille's dad watching over closely. But I'm excited to see what these boys can put together. And man, a runoff, that's what we all love to see. Conditions over my shoulder are quite literally looking perfect. Absolutely no tails on those boys, which means the current's pretty much as flat as we can see. We see Nikki there hopping in and not really moving. So we basically have a lake right now. As long as that wind plays ball, this place skis beautifully. Probably a little bit of a brackish situation in the water. When that tide is kind of still, it ends up being a lot more brackish, so a little bit grippier, which is sometimes a good thing, but also is going to feel a little bit different to these boys compared to what they've had for the last couple of days, especially the men. We've been skiing with that inward current, which has been pulling a lot of salt water in from the sea, which has made it very different. That density, that buoyancy gets very different. We sit a lot higher in the water. We move a lot faster. As we start to get more towards brackish, more towards the non-salty end of the spectrum, his ski's going to grip a lot more. He's going to feel a little bit more drive, which is maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing. We'll find out. But these boys put on some big scores, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
All right, you are, Rob, as we bring in Nikki Antonsen off on pass number 1 very, very soon. We're maybe about 10, 15 seconds away from making that happen as Scott Greenwood waits for the triple beep in that towboat where we have the 0 off in play.
All right, so there's about a 30-second wait down there just to let everything settle, but there's Greeny letting him know we're good to roll and we're good to go. Again, one thing, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. When have you ever seen that man not smile? That's what you want from a boat driver. Happy man, happy drive. So let's see what he can do. 38 off, straight off the bat. It's been probably, 20, 30 minutes since he skied? So
yeah, something like that.
Getting a little bit of weight on that gate glide, but getting the good move out of 1 that he needs. Beautiful start, starting that swing well. There you go. There's the 2-ball. Again, on a normal day, this 38 shouldn't be an issue, but looking good through that finish. And that is what we like to see. That is some fantastic
I love that. That's
skiing
some
there.
great skiing. Let's
Beautiful.
give it up, please, for Nikki Antonsen.
That was fantastic. And like I say, 38 on a normal day is Nikki's bread and butter, right? There's normally no issue here. But obviously we've had currents at play. We've had a lot of things at play. But right now that current looks dead. That wind looks beautiful. And I think we could see some big scores get put down. And the tricky bit now for Nikki is to kind of forget the memories that he's had of the last couple of days. You know, he's skied in some interesting conditions. We've had wind, we've had current, we've had all sorts of stuff. This is going to be the best conditions of the weekend, and he has to go out there and kind of forget that 3-ball is a big deal. On a normal lake, like it's almost skiing now, he would be looking for 6. Last weekend in Monaco, he got, I think, 1.5 at 41. I think he ran the 39 twice, if I'm correct. So he's more than capable of getting down this pass. Yes, it's a tailwind. Yes, it's a challenge. But right now, he's got to kind of forget the memories of the weekend and go, right, these are good conditions. This is possible. I need to go out there and go commit.
Zooming in at our prize table there, which includes the skier of the day. We'll get details of that during the presentation, as well as the prizes on offer for our skiing athletes in not only the women's and men's pro competition, but also in this.
Tony's got hiccups. You all right there, Tony?
Yeah.
It's been a long day for you. All right, let's see. We've got Nikki coming in 39 off 10.75 meters. Let's see what he can do. Nice and wide on that gate. That is a beautiful gate turning. Can he get the one he needs? He can. Beautiful start there. Gets a good hook up out of 2. He is on this. Come on, stay in it, Nikki. Beautiful 3. Is he going to get down this 39? Beautiful 4. Keep it going. Oh, a little rollers at 5, and he gets out of it. That is 6 boys at 39 for Nikki. Fantastic skiing there. Look at him celebrating like he should be. That is huge. 39 off.
Wow.
10.75 meters on a river through the middle of Rabat. Course record is up for grabs here, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely.
God, what a beautiful pass. He had some rollers at 5 ball as well. He did an incredible job of skiing through that. In a runoff as well. Absolutely fantastic. Gets a little bit of a hiccup there at 2, but beautiful offside. I mean, that 3 ball, just fantastic. Keeps himself in it. Gets a very strong 4. And look at this into 5. You start to see that ski chatter here. But, man, what a move.
Held on
there
to it
at that 5.
extremely well.
Absolutely fantastic. And, hey, that's a tailwind 39. That's a hard pass to run on any day for Nikki. It's a hard pass to run for anyone. Right, you put anyone in that kind of situation, and that is some huge skiing there. And that's what Camille's gone to see, right? He's just watched it be proven possible, you know, and that's Nikki probably had the hardest job of going in there with an open mind and going, hey, we can do this if we get the start. But it can be hard to overcome those feelings, and he's just gone and got it done. That's awesome.
All right, so we've got Nikki Antonsen and me. We're coming in at 10.25 meters. We haven't seen this pass an awful lot during the 3 days of competition that have been produced here. But here he comes, 10.25 meters.
Let's
approaching the
come
course
in.
now behind that Nautique towboat.
Good gate. Austrian record up for grabs here. Can he get the one he needs? Oh, he gets a little caught up. Is he going to get a piece of 2? Oh, just inside of it. Throw that fist. That is some fantastic skiing there from Nikki. Wow, Tony.
Yeah.
Wow. Did we think we were going to see a 39 go down in this Newcomers, especially on the runoff?
Nope.
I know, I didn't tell you that for free. Wow. That is some skiing, and that just shows the potential that is on play with these Newcomers. And, I mean, already. I mean, I think he did he beat me this weekend anyway? But there is some very, very strong skiing on show here, and I'm excited to see if Camille can throw down and maybe get a challenge to that. I don't know. Has Camille ran 39 before?
I don't believe so.
I believe he's at a 5 or a 5.5. I mean, sorry. So he ran it once last year. So if there is a time to run it again, it is now. He's got the home crowd. He's got the potential to get it done. I've seen him get very deep, very consistently. I've seen him run it in practice. So he has the potential to go put it down, but that is a huge score. Round of applause there for Nikki. That is some fantastic skiing. Awesome stuff. That's what we like to see.
Right, the boat making its way back, and we'll pick up Camille Bamra, our second skier off the dock in this runoff situation, in this newcomer to pro skiing event held at the tail end of this Royal Nautique Pro event as part of the Waterski Pro Tour.
I will.
So, and we've got, don't forget, we've got Jaime Palomino. He'll be our third skier off the dock, so
he's more
than capable of doing it.
Done. I'm very excited to see. So there we see Camille. Give him a round of applause, guys. Let's see. We want to hear him. We want to hear it get loud for him. We see that maybe that current starting to pick up. No, he's staying relatively still, so those conditions are still looking very doable. But who wants to see Camille put down a big score? I know I do.
Yeah.
All right, so we see Camille heading off again. This is going to be a 38 off the dock here. This is not going to be that easy. It is going to be a big challenge out there. Conditions are looking good, but hey, it's still a river. There's still, we see a bottle floating down there. But let's go speak to Nikki, the current leader.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, guys, I'm here with Nikki Addenson. Dude, Awesome skiing in the runoff. Got through 10.7. I know you were looking to run 11 earlier, and now got 10.7 and one at 10.25. So putting some pressure out here on these last two skiers.
Yeah, I'm speechless. And I don't know. I've been struggling to run 38, and suddenly I'm here running 39. A little confused. It feels great out there. And yeah, we'll see. Didn't get the gate at 41. I told Scott maybe I can manage to try the lake record. Unfortunately not. So really congrats to fuck. I'm so lost. To Corey, sorry, for the 2.
Well, dude, that's still an awesome score. I'm looking forward to see what your score is next weekend at your home lake.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just completely out of it right now.
All
right, guys, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Let's see. Camille gets the gate. Oh, gets a little bit on the tail out of 1, but he's more than in this. Oh, come on, Camille, stay in it. He needs a big 4-ball to get himself back in it. He gets it. Stay calm through the 5. Wow, fantastic composure there to stay in it through that 5.
Camille Bamra getting in a little bit deep with that pass, but able to conjure up some magic towards the end there to run it.
Yeah, getting into a little bit of trouble through the middle, but that's some serious composure to stay calm through that 5-ball. See him just not quite trusting the tail of that ski as much as he needs to. Gets a little slow on the gate. And just here, you see kind of that twist that he gets in through the finish. Tends to mean that you're almost just not trusting the pressure that's building and allowing that to kind of be released through the tail. And you really see it there through that 5. You see him pushing that tail in instead of allowing yourself to stay through the middle and allowing it to rotate. But fantastic 4, gets himself back in it. But that 5, he was hauling. There was a lot of speed into that 5, and he stayed incredibly calm. Made sure that he stayed nice and safe, but got enough to get around that 6 and through those exit gates.
All right, so Camille Bamra getting ready for pass number 2. It's going to be 10.75 meters. He's, however much he worked to run the 11.25 meter pass, he's going to have to conjure up something a little bit better this time around to get through 10.75 meters. There is a huge difference in what it takes to actually run that opening pass of 11 compared to what it would take for him to run 10.75 meters on his home turf.
And there we see Jaime up next. He's going to be watching this and seeing how those conditions are looking. All right, let's see a good gate here. Needs to get a little bit more speed than he got on his 38. A little bit slow, but that's more than enough of a start. Fantastic one there. Come on, stay in it. Oh, and just overdoes it out of the 2. He was going to win it. Give him a round of applause, guys. Awesome skiing there from Camille.
So 1.5 at 10.75 meters means that he's currently in second spot in the runoff behind Nicky Antonsen, with one competitor remaining to round off this competition.
What a 1-ball, Tony. I mean, he's just been asking
Doesn't
for that.
get much better than that, really,
and
seriously.
He just gets strung out like a clothesline, got a little on the inside, and then just blowing the tail on that onside, which is just a result of falling over. But I think almost too good of a start. You know, you get a little excited and you try to overdo it, but fantastic 1-ball. That's the move that he's been looking for. And in that tailwind, not easy to get that good of a start. Very, very good. And then here you see just getting everything inside, elbow in the water, and the ski just couldn't quite hold that pressure, which is a shame. But I think you'll be happy out there, guys. Look at, show him your support. Homeboy hero. Fantastic skiing there from Camille. In that runoff for the lead. Unfortunately, not able to take the lead. But that was a huge score put up there by Nicky, and we're down to our last skier, Tony.
Yep, our last skier, and it'll be a skier from Mexico. He'll be coming into the course, as was the case for our previous 2 competitors. It will be on 11.25 meters, his opening run. It is going to be Jaime Palomino.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do. He's been absolutely killing it this weekend. I mean, it looks like he's been just plonked on a normal river and everyone else on a normal lake, and everyone else is skiing on the river. He looks comfortable. He looks dialed, and yeah, he looks pretty fantastic out there. So I'm excited to see what he can put down. Obviously, 38 Cole. You know, he was the last one to ski, but he's also the last one out of the head-to-head. So he's probably the freshest of the lot. and we'll have a little bit of confidence. You know, he's seen his good friend. I believe he skis with Nicky quite a lot. I believe they spend a lot of time together. So he knows what Nicky's capable of, and he knows that I'm pretty sure they've done some lighthearted competition quite regularly. So I'll be surprised if he's not going into this slowly confident. You know.
All right, just waiting on the 3 beeps to signify the end of the drop down time. A minute and 10 seconds offered on each end to our skiers to that effect. There we see. A little bit of fun there towards the end between Camille and Nicky.
He loves my size.
No, what size is this?
XXXL.
How many?
XXL.
Oh wow.
3. That's what I need.
Oh, man's got some big hands there.
All
right, let's see. Jaime Palomino, 38 off. Conditions looking good. Wind maybe a little stronger than for Nicky, but let's see if he can get the start that he needs. Oh, very big one there at 38. Can he stay calm and keep it? Gets the 2-ball. He's back on this. Little taily out of 3.
Little stiff there into number 4, but managing to still roll this pass under his feet. There you go. That is a 6 buoy count. And just needs to just get as much of the nervousness out as possible as he makes his way down to the Hassan, the second bridge, down towards the opposite end of this river.
Wow, what a 1-ball. Wow, I thought that was all over very, very quickly. I think head below the knees at one point there. That was quite impressive to stay calm out of that 1-ball. Gets a fantastic rip at this 2. Just what he needed to kind of calm the pass back. And then this is a tricky situation. You know, you've overdone 1, he underdoes 3, and all of a sudden he's fighting again to get that 4. And again, I mean, Jaime's onside has just been absolutely dialed all weekend and just saving his bacon there at 4 again. And then finally manages to find that middle at 5, you know, overdo, underdo, and then perfect 5-ball. So he just has to kind of forget that pass. You know, he has to be able to breathe, take an end. You can see himself telling himself there, calm down, calm down. But he has to be able to go in and attack this 1-ball. You know, if you end up too calm and he kind of starts rocking to the tail of that ski, it's not going to be enough. The wind looks like it's coming up maybe a little bit here. Current still looks dead, but wind coming up a smidge. So he's going to need to be able to commit through the middle of that ski for this tailwind 39 if he's going to want to run it.
All right, and run it he has to in order to put himself in a position where he could take the win in this runoff situation. If he can get past 1.5, then that will vault him up into second.
All right, let's see what he can do. 39 off, 10.75 for Jaime. Let's see what he can get. Nice and wide at 1. Beautiful start. Stay calm. Good move through 2. This is the best rhythm we've seen.
Oh, look at this.
Fantastic skiing. Come on, Jaime, stay in it. Keep it calm through 5. Oh, and he gets it.
Does he get it to go? Yes, he does.
Wow, that is 2:39. And get this, Tony, he is going to need a piece of the course record to take the win in the Newcomers event.
Yes, nicely done there from Jaime. You know, and it never looked in doubt from the get-go.
Just skied fantastic, beautiful 1-ball, and that's what he needed. That same commitment there through that 1. Got him started, got that rhythm going, and then this 3 was the tester. How is he going to take it? And by golly, did he take it well. Absolutely textbook moves. And I think is that one of the first times 2:39 this year? Oof, that's going to give you a headache in the morning. But fantastic move through the rest of that pass. And when you're that early to 5 in a fairly strong tailwind, in some unpredictable conditions, there's always going to be a little bit of safety mess going on there. But wow. So, Tony, 1.25 for the win. He's got a nice little head breeze.
Yep, he's got to get a piece of 2, essentially. Just got to get off number 1 and round number 2. But that can be easier said than done.
There's also a potential he gets a nice little 1 here, and he's already got the win if he gets outside of the 2. You think he's going to take that commitment and try to get over to 3?
Well, he's going to have to check himself almost as soon as he gets round number 1 to decide.
Well, once he's done, he's done.
Whether the turn is good enough just to ski for the wakes and do an S turn. do the S-turn and go
All
for
right,
the
well,
wakes
let's see
for
what
the
he can
tie.
do. There's no more time to think. Gets a strong gate pull out. This is 41 off, 10.25 meters for Jaime. Does he get the start that he needs? Oh, he does, and he's going to get a piece of the 2. Is he going to turn? Oh, and he's inside of it.
Oh, my word. Like I say, easier said than done.
Oh, I think he got caught up thinking he was going to be able to turn it. I think that is another 1 of 41. What happens here?
In this kind of situation, we go to a secondary runoff, and I believe from this point on, it's sudden death.
I presume. Man, that he is going to be kicking himself. That was the start. What a 1. Man, I dream of those things. Getting the gate there, and he has a nice little head breeze.
Let's have a look at
move
this.
as he hooks up, and he pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls. And
inside.
Inside, does not get there. Definitely going to be some frustration there.
And he knew it as well, almost as soon as he got around the area of number 2, he knew that ski hadn't have made it round. So
what a start there, and that's kind of that's the story of the river, right? That's how it goes. You get the current, you get the movement. There's a lot at play out there, and you think you're going to get it. You get a bit of current that pulls you in, and it's not quite there. And that's one thing we see there from Jaime. That's going to be frustrating, and he's going to have to kind of knock that out of his mind. I'm not quite sure what the move is here. I don't know whether we go at 39 or we go at 38 off, so 11 meters or 10.75. I would believe we go at 10.75 now, but... Vince, what are we going at? Okay, so we're going to be going in at 39, head breeze. So they've just run it tailwind. Current is looking like we're starting to see just a little bit of movement. It's hard to see because it's going the same way as the wind, but starting to see just some small tails after those boys, which maybe tells us that there's a little bit of a head current on this first pass with the headwind. This is what starts to cause a headache, but the boys will be knowing this. They'll be seeing it. And let's see what this draw comes out at. Are we going to see Jaime first, or are we going to see Nicky first? Let's listen.
Has to be the first. Okay. And you choose first. Previous, so we let him choose first. Okay. There is 1 and 2 into here.
Okay. I go first?
You go first this time. You have 2. Okay.
So he needs to beat me.
He needs to beat you. Okay. And we go at 10-7, okay?
Okay, and that's what we like to hear. So Nicky's going to go out there first, and we hear that from Jaime. Put on a show. These boys aren't here to go easy. These boys are here to go for it. And maybe that's what Jaime was trying to do. I think he had an opportunity to put out a course record there. That's you don't get too many opportunities like that in your life, especially after a full pro field. So maybe kind of was deciding whether to go around that 2. Maybe he was deciding, you know what, I think I can get a piece of 3. But who knows? So 39 off the dock. Slight head current, stiff head breeze. This is maybe going to be a little bit trickier than the tailwind, tail current situation that we saw earlier. So it's maybe going to be a little bit trickier to get through it. But I'm excited to see what the boys can put down. And remember, this is a sudden death runoff. So the second person has to beat the first. So if Nicky gets 1 at 41, there will not be another runoff if Jaime gets 1. He has to get a 1.5. He has to beat, or a piece of 2, sorry. He has to beat this. So sudden death runoffs are a lot of fun for us watching. Not very good for them skiing, but that's how it rolls. We're here for some entertainment, Tony.
Entertainment in excess here right now. We've got Nicky Antonsen about to take to the water first. He's going to set the marker for final skier Jaime Palomino to take on and exceed it. We're going into the sudden death runoff where the second person has to outright beat the score of the first. If they tie again, then it comes down. Then the person who set off the first scorer takes the win. It comes down to the second person needing to outrightly beat the first to determine the winner now.
Yeah, so let's see what he can do. I mean, these are two fairly seasoned professionals. They've been traveling on tour for, I would say, two years now. I think maybe 3 years ago started to pop up occasionally at some of the closer events to home. So these are fairly war torn. They know how to compete. They know how to go out there and win. They've competed at multiple junior worlds. They've had these big moments, but this is probably one of the first times they've been competing for some big money. They can go home and get a fair wad of cash in their pocket. So there's a little bit of extra pressure on this one. They're having fun, but in the back of their mind, they'll be like, hey, let's go do this. Let's go win some moolah. Oh, we've got the drums getting us amped up here, Tony. They're back.
The drums are back.
If you can hear that on the webcast, but we love a little bop. All right, there's the smiley man, Greeny, dropping him down. So they're going to get 30 seconds at the end. It'll be interesting to see if they're getting pushed into that metal barricade too hard. That kind of tells us the nature of the current. Again, starting to see some tails on the back end of these boys. That's probably telling us that there's a little bit of a head current here. And remember, head current is gonna react like a headwind in some ways, but it's also gonna add a lot more pressure to the ski. It's gonna create a lot more pressure to that fin and that tail. And for me personally, and I think a lot of people would agree, you see a lot of people wheeling and getting caught through the back of the tail because that ski just doesn't want to release, doesn't want to slide as much with that extra pressure. So some people have to hold back and be a little bit more patient. Some people have to push through that. It just depends on kind of the skier that you are and the habits that you have. So I think with Nicky and Jaime, they are committed skiers, they're aggressive skiers. If they hold back just that little bit, they're going to find themselves getting caught through the tail of the ski and having a hard time. So commitment, confidence is going to be the way forward. And let's see if they can find a way through this 39. Okay, 39 off. 10.75 meters here for Nicky. He's already ran this.
Crunch time.
Let's see if he can get it done again. Strong pull out in that headwind. Nice and long. Gets good speed on that gate turning. Can he get the move out of one? He does. A little bit heavy.
Look at that. Round number 2.
Little out of the tail at 2.
Round number 3, rearing up on the back of the ski. Round number 4.
Pinging the handle.
3.5 right there. And that means that Jaime Palomino, in order to take the win here, has got to get a solid 4 into the wakes.
I don't know if the door's open, but it's definitely ajar again.
Yeah.
Excited to see, and you see him frustrated. And that's the funny thing about water skiing. Half an hour ago, it was like, I've gone from getting 3 at 39 to running it, and now he's frustrated at 3.5. And Nicky, you got a long life for that, because that's slalom skiing for you. Gets a heavy start to 1, and like I said, you had to commit. You got to get that ski moving, and you see maybe the opposite there at 2. Safetying it, pushing that tail through, and just skiing quite straight at that 3 ball. But hey, that's 2 times he's got out of that 3 ball at 39, and there we see kind of the safety commitment. Safety commitment there at 4, and it ended up just giving him that little bit of loose line and not obviously been able to hold it. But wow, Tony, we've got some action, and we've got the drums in the background pumping everyone up. And we have Jaime Palomino on the water next. I'm excited to see what he can do. He's an incredibly strong skier. He made the professional finals today. This is probably his 3rd set of the day already? 4th time seeing the river in one day. So he's going to be carrying a little bit more tiredness. He's had the pressure of making that pro final. So I'm excited to see what he can do. Good friends competing against each other here.
Yeah, indeed.
So I'm sure they're going to have a good time.
I think they're also at the same college, aren't they?
I think so. But I'm sure no matter what, they'll be cheering each other on. And just, again, it's tricky when you're friends like this. You see it in the tricks with Matti and Pato. You want to win. We're here to compete. We're here to be competitors. But at the end of the day, you're friends, and it's the person who puts on the biggest show. It's the person who puts down the score and the fair winner at the end of the day. So I just looked over my shoulder there at Jaime when he jumped in. There's a bit of movement in that current. He is getting blown. Nothing like we've seen kind of over the last couple of days. But it's definitely building into something. It's going to be feeling that extra pressure on the fin. It's going to be just challenging that ski to rotate a little bit more. So I'll be excited to see what Jaime can put together. He's a scrapper. He's a fighter. I've seen him run some passes that not many people would be able to this week. So I'm excited to see what he can put down in this head current. And a full piece of 4 is the answer. 3.5 will not win. Remember, it's a sudden death runoff, so if he gets a 3.5, Nicky will be winning. He needs a full 3, so that's going to be an onside S-turn to take that lead. Oh, sorry, full 4.
So it's a full 4 buoy count that's the target for Jaime Palomino as we bring on our concluding pass of action here out on the water in the Prizegiving River. Here we go. We got our final skier. Here we go, folks.
All right,
Piece of
let's
form.
see what he can do. 39.5, 10.75 meters. He ran it the last time he hit this river.
Here
What
he
can
comes.
he do? Good speed on the gate. Fantastic
He
drive
is
there
number
into
one.
one. Oh, and he is
goes
down!
down, and that means that your champion in the Newcomers to Pro Skiing event is Nicky Antonsam.
Fantastic skiing there from Nicky. Unfortunately, Jaime just not able to get it done. He's been asking for that all weekend, and it finally came and bit him. But let's take a quick look here before we go celebrate Nicky. Gets a good gate there, and maybe that head current just adding that pressure, crushing him. And I'd say for Jaime, now is the time. He skied incredibly well in that pro final, and that's the 5th time on this river today. But take a look at our quick leaderboard. Nicky up there in 1st, Jaime there in 2nd, and Camille in 3rd, the homeboy hero. Fantastic skiing from not only those 3, but all of our Newcomers finalists. And yeah, I'm excited to see. I mean, already they're kicking ass out there. But let's see what Zane has, and he's there with our winner.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Nicky Antonsam. Dude, congratulations on the win here in the Newcomers event. Great skiing, got through 10.7, won at 10.2, and then going out and getting that 3.5 at 10.7 there to secure the win.
Yeah, thank you, Zane. First of all, I want to say congratulations, Jaime. Like, holy, crazy performance. I did not expect him to also run 39, and he skied so solid all 4 days. So congrats to him, first of all, and thank you to the whole event organizers for such an amazing event. And yeah, I can't believe it that I actually won, and no, it feels amazing.
Well, now that you can't believe it, I got something else that you can see here. We've got you a watch for your win. There you go. They'll be giving it to you at the prize ceremony, but you will now be the owner of this nice, good-looking Breitling watch. So congratulations, dude. Go have fun, get cleaned off, and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Back to you, Tony.
Yeah.
All right, and that concludes the on-water action here at the Prizegiving River as part of the Royal Nautique Pro. And we're going to have the prize giving coming up very soon to conclude what has been an absolutely scintillating event right here in the Kingdom of Morocco, the city of Rabat. And when we come back, we will have the award presentations, all of that coming up next in the Royal Nautique Pro, coming up right after this.
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Eagle, made in the USA. See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and we're going to go into our closing ceremony, which includes the award presentations for our winners in each of our events that have taken place. But before I get into that, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the sponsors who have generously supported this event: Aqua, Taka, Excello, Morocco Telecom, Wafa Insurance, Inwi, National Lottery of Morocco, Fun Ships, Auto House, Bank of Africa, Samir, Dali's Rabat, and the Moroccan Sports Ministry. Let's give it up for those guys for supporting this event. I would also invite you to join me in expressing our gratitude to the individuals who have played a key role in the success of this event. For the organization, Fatima Zahari Guatani and her teams, as well as Zakaria and Mamoun. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for those, please. Now, we had a really, really fun drone show a couple of nights ago, and let's give it up for those guys. Hatem Bashari! And of course, a special tribute goes to K-Play and Camille Bamra, whose vision, dedication, and flawless execution have once again set a new benchmark for excellence in the organization of international water sports events. Their ability to combine creativity, precision, and operational mastery have elevated this event to a level which inspires admiration and sets the tone for future edition. We are proud to count upon K-Play and Camille Bamra and all of the organization on such a committed and innovative partner. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for them, please. Now, before we go into the award presentations, let me once again mention our Women's Award Prize winner, Stuart Smith, and our Men's Audience Prize winner, Nathan Lapon from Australia. So they've won a ski each, whether it be Conley or D3. So those are the award winners in the Audience Prize. All right, first event that we're going to award prizes for is the Open Slalom Newcomer. Ladies and gentlemen, in fifth spot, let's give it up for him, please, Arno Durick. Arno Durick, with his score of 1.5 and 11.25 meters. In fourth spot, let's give it up, please, from Germany's Chiara Bonnemann. And now, down to our top three. In third spot, representing the Kingdom of Morocco, Camille Bamra. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your runner-up from Mexico via the runoff. Let's give it up, please, for Jaime Palomino. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winner in this Newcomer to Pro event, representing Austria, it is Nicholas Antonsen. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Antonsen will say a few words now.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. First of all, thank you so much to the organizers for this amazing event. Congrats to Camille and Jaime for an amazing performance, giving us 2 runoffs in the end. And yeah, no, it's amazing to be here. And also congratulations to all the other guys before in the Open Pro. It was, for us, it was a lot better. So yeah, no, it was amazing, and thank you so much. Thank you. Oh yeah, come on. Come up. Should we come up? Come up. Yeah, come up. Come.
Ladies and gentlemen, your participants in the Newcomer event. All right, now we go on to the main pro event, starting off with the women's trick results. In third spot with 54.70 points, let's give it up please for Neely Ross. Yes, tricks. Tricks women. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your runner-up, totaling 7,280 points from the United States, Brooke Baldwin. And now, presenting to you your women's trick champion here at the Royal Nautique Pro, and totaling a point score of 10,020 points in the final, from the United States of America, Anna Hunter! And Anna, I'm sure you have a word or two.
I just want to give a big thank you to the Belmara family for having us out here. A huge thanks to all the tournament officials and TWEC for all that you guys do. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, celebrating your women's trick podium finishers. Neely Ross in third, Brooke Baldwin in second, and your champion, Anna Hunter. Ladies, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go into the men's tricking results. Starting off with sixth place and representing France, Paul Duplan-Freiburg. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you in 5th place with a score of 10,260 points, Thibaut Dayon. Now, moving on to 4th spot, representing Chile with a score of 10,550 points, Matias Gonzalez. And now, presenting to you your top 3 with a point score of 10,870 from Ukraine, Danielo Filchenko. Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up from France and totaling 11,300 points in the final round. From France, Louis Duplan-Freiburg. And now, presenting to you your champion in the Royal Nautique Pro Men's Trick Championship. He comes to us from Mexico. He produced a score of 12,390 points. It is Pato Font. A word or two with the good people here.
First of all, Camille, Hisham, Vince, last year I watched this tournament from home. All I heard was that it was the best tournament of the year. Thank you for adding tricks. Hopefully next year you guys have it again because it was truly the best tournament of the year. Thank you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your podium finishers. Paul Duplan-Freiburg, Matias Gonzalez, Thibaut Dayon, Danielo Filchenko, Louis Duplan-Freiburg, and your champion, Pato Font. Thank you very much, fellas. All right, now we move on to the women's slalom results, and we call upon the top 8 to be present on the stage. In 8th spot, representing France, Ilana Bischoff-Berger. As she makes her way to the stage in 7th spot, also from France, Manon Costa. Ladies and gentlemen, moving right along from the United States of America, Brooke Baldwin. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 5 consists of 5th place from Australia, Vanessa Veek. Ladies and gentlemen, in 4th spot, representing the United States of America, she scored 4 at 11.25 meters in the final. It's Ali Garcia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your top 3. In 3rd spot with a score of 5 at 11.25 meters from the United States of America, it's Ali Nicholson. And now, presented to you your runner-up with a score of 1 at 10.75 meters from Canada, Neely Ross. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your champion. She also comes to us from Canada. Her best score was 2 at 10.75 meters in the final. Let's give it up, please, for the champion in the 2025 Royal Nautique Pro Women's Slalom event. Let's give it up, please, for Jamie Bull. Yeah, hold on. All right, and Jamie, I'm going to give you a microphone as well.
Thanks, Tony. Okay. Wow, what an event. I think every year we come to Morocco, like the last 2 years, and it's been such a different experience than we're used to. So thanks to everyone behind putting this on, showing us amazing hospitality, treating us insanely well. I think we don't get to see this. I mean, we're surrounded all around a pool right now with a crazy building in the background and amazing food, amazing hospitality, and a bit of a crazy river. So super fun event, and I'm really excited to be standing on top here and hopefully looking forward to coming back next year.
Well said.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your female athletes in the women's slalom event: Elena Bischoff-Berger, Manon Costard, Brooke Baldwin, Vanessa Veek, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson, Neely Ross, and your champion, Jamie Bull. Ladies, thank you. Neely, hold on 1 second. I almost forgot about this because with 24% of the vote, Neely Ross gets the Skier of the Day honors. All right then, folks, now we move into our final event, and once again I'll call upon the top 8 to be present on the stage for this, the Open Men's Slalom event. And in 8th spot, ladies and gentlemen, from Great Britain, Will Asher! Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you from the United States of America and in 7th spot, and at the same time also becoming the first competitor to run 10.75 meters on this venue. Ladies and gentlemen, in 7th spot, Corey Vaughan. Ladies and gentlemen, in 6th spot from the United States of America, it is going to be Nate Smith. All right, top 5 starts off with 5th spot for Jonathan Travers of the United States of America. All right, now moving into the top 4. In 4th place from Mexico with a score of 2 at 10.75 meters, Jaime Palomino. Now we're going into our top 3 podium finishers. And in 3rd spot with a score of 2.5 at 10.75 meters in the final, from Italia, Thomas De Gasperi. Ladies and gentlemen, 2nd spot runner-up coming to us from Czechia with a score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters in the final, Adam Sadelmeyer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your champion in the 2025 Royal Nautique Pro in the men's slalom event, and producing a score of 1.5 at 10.25 meters, your champion from Great Britain, Freddie Winter! All right, Freddie, say some words.
I mean, it's already been said by everyone that's been up here and given a microphone about how amazing an event this is, but it's worth repeating it. We are so fortunate and lucky to be able to come here and be treated so unbelievably well. It's been a challenging tournament on the water in a lot of ways, but that makes it special. It's very unique and very, very cool. And huge thanks to Hisham, to Camille, to Vince, to everybody for putting this together, all the sponsors. I'm looking so forward to being back here next year. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you the skiers on stage: Will Asher, Corey Vaughan, Nate Smith, Jonathan Travers, Jaime Palomino, Thomas de Gasperi, Adam Sademeyer, and your champion for 2025, Freddie Winter. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion the 2025 Royal Nautique Pro. Once again, a thanks to the sponsors and everyone involved in the successful execution of this competition. But for me, my name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you here. Our next tournament on the Waterski Pro Tour is going to be in Portugal, but until that time, it's ciao for now.
Bullshit. No what?